It's a Thursday edition of the Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea City. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Here we go. It is a Thursday edition of the Sports Bash. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Hennings producing today's show. You out there, what's up, everybody? Good to have you with us. Big Bills win last night. Easy one, right? Finally felt like a game that was like, oh, ho-hum. They got this one in the books. Don't have to worry about it. But whenever their bullpen gets involved, I think you have to worry about it. But the bullpen came in and, dare I say, did its job last night. Is that what a good Phillies team could look like? We'll dive into that. I got some other questions out there, Phillies related. Got some Eagles stuff. You hear from Howie Roseman a little bit later on today. Also, did the Eagles make the right pick? You'll hear what one draft observer said about one of the Eagles draft picks. That's coming up in a little bit. Football 4, Andrew DiCecco is here to talk about the Eagles draft class from his perspective. First time Andrew's been on since last week, so we'll hear what he has to say about the draft. We've also got a good lineup. Dave Gallagher, former Major League outfielder, played with the Phillies at 95. He's going to join us in about an hour from now. I want to get his thoughts on Bryson Stott. Last night, I had Nuggets on during the Nuggets segment yesterday, and I told him Nuggets went to the game last night. And I said, I want you to ask Rob Thompson a question. And as I would expect, Nuggets came through like he normally does. He put a task in front of the man. He gets it done. So he asked the question that I asked him to ask last night, which is, hey, listen, Bryson Stott has done a good job in the leadoff spot, but he's not there every single day. Is the plan to kind of keep platooning him as the leadoff man? You're going to hit leadoff against right-handed pitchers and not against left-handed pitchers. And not only is he not hitting leadoff, he's not even in the lineup most of those days. Here's what Rob Thompson said last night to that question.
Is there a chance you get more opportunities against left-handed pitchers in that role? I think so, but I still want to keep Wilson, his bench guys. He's swinging back great, and he's getting on base. Rojas is swinging back great. I'm trying to get a Stevenson in there, but it's tough to get him in right now because Rojas is so hot.
Yeah, Rojas is so hot, I can't get Cal Stevenson. Guess what? So I don't need to see Cal Stevenson. Okay, but the other parts are interesting. And what he said was, I want to get Sosa in the game. So did he indirectly say, yes, Stott is a platoon player who happens to hit leadoff? Was that what we read from that answer? And I want to get Dave Gallagher's take on that when he joins us in an hour. Because he talked about being a platoon player when he played in the majors and what that's like. What about being the leadoff guy one day and then not in the lineup the next day? Kind of a quirky situation, but Bryson Stott, a big part of them and their success as the leadoff guy. He's been excellent in the leadoff spot. And I know there were some people who were, hey, you got to get him out of there and just go to Sosa. I was never on that train. I was surprised that Bryson Stott has performed as well as he has in the leadoff spot. You got to tip your cap to him. Even if you're a Stott hater, you got to say, hey, man, I've been critical of Stott, but he's exceeded my expectations. Got a 374 on base percentage right now. And one of the things about Stott that I think is really, really good in this leadoff role is the amount of pitches he sees. He sees so many pitches in that leadoff spot in the lineup. He just constantly, what is 7? Well, you're holding up 7 figures. Am I supposed to get that reference?
Oh, sorry. I remember too. He sees an average of 7 pitches per at bat as a leadoff hitter.
Okay. 7 pitches per at bat per leadoff hitter. Much better than holding up 7 fingers.
I try. I try to confuse you and I try to help you at the same time.
Gallagher tweeted last night, Stott hitting at the top of the order seems to have refocused his approach. He's back to seeing more pitches, which services their whole lineup, using the entire field and playing winning baseball. Last year, it seemed as if he tried to keep up with the run producers. Now, that's an interesting take. Like he was hitting in the 5-hole at times last year. He ended the 2023 season when they went to the playoffs. During that run, he was the 5-hole hitter for this team. So your approach as the 5 hitter is definitely different than your approach as the leadoff hitter. But as Gallagher pointed out there, the amount of pitches that he is seeing and his refocused approach I got to tip my cap to Bryson Stott. There was a lot of people, in 2023, he hit 280 with 15 homers, 62 RBI, and people were like, okay, is he going to take that jump in 2024? And then in 2024, he hit 245 with 11 home runs. I mean, quite frankly, not a very good year last year. So was he going to take a step forward, or who was Bryson Stott going to be? And then he starts this season off. He's hitting at the bottom of the lineup, kind of an afterthought kind of guy. And Stott is up to 297 right now with a 374 on base percentage. The home run power not there, which is okay. I mean, if you're hitting in the leadoff spot, I'm not asking you to be a big bopper, a la Kyle Schwarber in the leadoff spot. But 7 stolen bases, so he has speed. So you got a little bit of everything with Bryson Stott as the leadoff guy. But as Rob Thompson pointed out, and we can play that again for you, he was asked last night whether Stott is he going to get a shot to be the team's leadoff guy? And to me, you guys listen to the answer. To me, it was a Lee Corso, not so fast.
Is there a chance he's going to get more opportunities against left-handed pitching in that role? I think so, but I still want to keep Sosa going, and Wilson and those bench guys. But he's swinging the bat great, and he's getting on base. Rojas is swinging the bat great. I was trying to get Stevenson in there, but it's tough to get him in right now because Rojas is so hot.
So he says, I think so, but I want to see Sosa. So he says, I think so that he'll get a chance against left-handed pitching. So I'm interested to see, because the Phillies do play tonight, and it is against a right-handed pitcher, so I would imagine Bryson Stott will be in the lineup as the leadoff guy. I think he has kind of now solidified himself as the leadoff man against right-handed pitching. I think that seems to be a given that, okay, you don't have to say, is it Turner? Is it Schwarber? I think Schwarber as the leadoff man, or his day's done as the leadoff man on this team. It looks like it. I mean, because if they're going to face a right-handed pitcher, it looks like it's going to be Bryson Stott. So it looks like for now, and possibly the foreseeable future, I mean, unless Stott just absolutely goes ice cold. I mean, his last 28 days, Stott is 314. His last 14 days, he's 333 with a 415 on base percentage. He continues to get on base more and more and more. So as long as he is getting on base, I got to imagine you will not see Schwarber back in that leadoff spot, and it will stay Bryson Stott. Here's what the Phillies have coming up, by the way. Tonight, they're facing Lord. Then they play Arizona. You're getting Merrill Kelly, who is a right-handed pitcher. Brandon Pfaadt. Oh, man, Brandon Pfaadt. You remember the playoffs with Brandon Pfaadt. He is also, obviously, saw him a couple times in that playoff series. He is a right-handed pitcher. And then you're going to see lefty Eduardo Rodriguez, and that will be the third game on Sunday against Arizona. So there's a possibility, but it goes back to this. It's a Sunday. So a lot of times on Sundays, certain guys get days off anyway because it's a day game after a night game. So I don't think we get the answer to the question there. Hey, because I would imagine Sosa's not in the lineup tonight. They'll go back to Bohm. So Sosa wouldn't be in the lineup tonight. We haven't seen Sosa play any outfield either. Since he played outfield like the one night, he had that one inning in center field, then he had the one game in left field, and then we have not, to my memory, don't remember seeing Sosa play any outfield since those 2 days, right?
Correct.
So I don't know if they just said, I don't know if he's really ready for the outfield yet or what. But now they have Wilson, so they don't really need him in left.
Yeah.
They have Rojas, as he mentioned in that bite. They got Rojas right now, rocking and rolling. They're not going to touch him, I would imagine. It's going to be interesting to see what happens because he said, I'd like to get Stevenson out there. But Rojas has been going so good right now that I really don't want to touch that. Now, Marsh is due back in a couple days, I think, is what the latest reports were saying.
Well, if he recovers from that cramp pull, whatever happened to him in the other day. Remember,
yeah, well, there was a report. There was a report that I guess he was back, and that the latest on him was, I thought anyway, and I thought this was from Scott Lauber, so that's a pretty good
source.
Pretty good source there, which was let me try to pull up the latest on Brandon Marsh, because I could have sworn I saw that he could be back up this weekend.
I mean, if
he will resume his rehab assignment tonight. So he's resuming his rehab assignment tonight. In fact, the lineup is out for tonight's game for them. It's Crawford, Kemp, Marsh. So Marsh is back. He is hitting in the 3-hole, playing center field. So he only missed a day or so. But I could have sworn I saw that there's a possibility. Oh, okay, here we go. Marsh will play Thursday and Friday with AAA. And then Rob Thompson said, quote, "We'll see where we're at." So he is coming to the end. I mean, his
rehab
IL stint was retroactive to like the 17th of April.
Correct.
So you're going back more than 10 days from now. So I would imagine that he's eligible to come up
this weekend
when he's ready, right? So,
but as we know, just because you're eligible doesn't mean you're coming up.
No, it doesn't mean you're coming up.
That the time frame for you that you can't come up has, passed.
Yes. So Rojas, in the time that he has kind of taken over this job, I mean, he essentially has become the everyday center fielder. He missed, they played Stevenson maybe once in here, but in the last 14 days.
Well, remember they pinch hit for Rojas the one day with Stevenson, and he went to center field.
Yes, and they've done that a handful of times where they've hit for Rojas. But in the last 14 days, 316 for Rojas, 12 games. So it's a decent little sample size here where he has 12 hits in 12 games in 42 plate appearances. He's walked a couple times. He's got 7 RBI. He's got 3 stolen bases. So you heard what Rob Thompson said there. Hey, the way he's going right now, we really don't want to take him out of the lineup. So I'm interested to see what happens when Marsh comes back. Do they just say, you know what, Rojas is kind of taking this job? And then that catapults me into the next conversation here, because I would imagine my guess for the lineup tonight, all right, I'll give you my guess here, Josh.
All right.
My guess for the lineup tonight is this isn't like, hey, man, you're really going outside the box here. So I'm not, I'm not trying to say that nobody else has thought of this, but my guess for the lineup tonight would be that it's essentially the same lineup as last night with Bohm instead of Sosa. So Stott, Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos, Kepler, Bohm, Sosa. That would be my lineup tonight, I would imagine, unless somebody is randomly getting the day off. I mean, possibly you see Real Muto not play today. Marchand, I don't remember the last time Marchand has played. Maybe on Sunday was the last time he played, but maybe instead they say, hey, we're playing Washington. Let's get Real Muto off his feet today so that we have him for the Arizona series.
April 20th.
April 20th. Wow, that's a while ago.
That's the last game he registered any at-bats.
That was a Tuesday. That was 2 Tuesdays ago.
So Real Muto is due for a day off.
Yeah, so Real Muto tonight would be I would imagine, the analytics would essentially say we need to get Real Muto out of here tonight. And
it's a shame Sosa can't play catcher.
He probably could, right? He's probably one of those guys that could just put the tools.
He could probably figure it out. He could maybe like the emergency third catcher.
Hey, Sosa, put the tools of ignorance on and get back there. Okay, coach, no problem. I wouldn't be surprised if he said that he could do it. But that's what my guess would be, that the lineup would be essentially the same tonight. There's a possibility, my guess would be, that Marchand might be in there, which would change the lineup because Marchand normally hits 9th when he plays, and then Rojas would be 8th and Bohm would be 7th. But other than that, I would think the lineup would be pretty similar. But I want to throw this out there. So good job by Nuggets getting that bite last night, because I think that sets up a lot of things. That Stott looks like he is, I would imagine, the long-term left-handed leadoff man for now. Like, I would think they're going to keep this at least until the All-Star break and then evaluate, hey, is he our leadoff man? Because saw some betting odds, Josh. I like the betting odds.
Yes, you do.
So there's some betting odds out there. They're good fodder, Josh. You got to have fun sometimes. Sometimes fodder is fun. The betting odds are from Bet Maryland, okay?
Okay.
Home of the Baltimore Orioles, who are off to a slow start to this season. They are very disappointed.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I got an email from them. I don't know why they targeted me, but the Orioles are 12-18. They're 5.5 games out of first place.
Well, I know why they targeted you. You're Mike Gill. That's why they targeted you.
Yeah, I'm not really in their market, though. However, the betting odds for a certain Oriole to be traded, the Phillies are the favorite to land this player, okay? The player is Cedric Mullins, who is the center fielder for Baltimore. Now, there's a lot to this, okay? So the betting odds are minus 150 that he stays with Baltimore, which is about 60%.
All right.
Plus 750 that he goes to Philadelphia, which is a little over 11%.
Interesting.
And that is the favorite. The next favorite is the field at plus 900. And then the Dodgers and the Mets are both plus 1,000 if you want to throw those just individual teams in there. But Philadelphia at plus 750. So here's the thing with Mullins. He's having a good year. He's been an all-star before. He plays center field. He bats leadoff for the Orioles, okay? So he's the leadoff man for Baltimore. He plays center field. He hits left-handed. Now, he is a career 228 hitter against left-handed pitching. However, this particular year, he's hitting 333 against left-handed pitching. He's 30 years old. He's a free agent at the end of the year. What do I have to give up? So, do both teams, now why is Baltimore in the shape that it's in? They have no starting pitching. Zippo. You know, they're calling up Kyle Gibson and thinking like he might save the rotation. Zach Eflin is one of their starting pitchers out there. I mean, their pitching rotation is dog meat. It is awful. What's a Caddyshack? Hey, Tip the chef, tell him it's low-grade dog meat back there. Dog meat? Yeah, that's the Orioles rotation. They are brutal. So,
It's a good pull by you, by the way.
would the Phillies or the Orioles say no to the deal? Rangers Suarez for Cedric Mullins. It is free agent for free agent. You get a pitcher. You need one. We need a center fielder. We're both giving up free agents. Who says no?
I do.
You do. Does Baltimore say no? Does Philadelphia say no?
Baltimore does not say no. They would say, how quickly can we make the deal?
You think so?
Because I think that with all things being equal, Ranger has a higher upside. He is younger than Cedric Mullins.
Mullins is 30.
Okay.
Ranger is,
what is he, like 27, 26?
Ranger is 29. So they are about the same age.
Okay, so a little older than I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Ranger.
By the way, the news on Ranger is he will pitch on Sunday. He is back. He will pitch on Sunday. So Ranger is back. He will pitch on Sunday. I don't know what that means for Taijuan Walker. They really haven't answered that yet.
No. But back to the Ranger and the Cedric Mullins thing. To me, in my mind, while Ranger is closer to Mullins' age than I thought, I still think he has a higher upside at this point. I think Mullins is kind of what he's going to be. Whereas I think Ranger still has the ability to be a very good pitcher. And
Can you rely on him? Are you signing him long term? That's the bigger question.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with what you're saying is I like Ranger better than Cedric Mullins for my team, but I have enough pitching. I don't really, where does Ranger Suarez fit into my starting rotation? Right now, if I'm starting a playoff series tomorrow, I'm okay going with Wheeler, Luzardo, Sanchez, and Nola.
Right.
Where is Ranger Suarez fitting in that starting rotation? He's not.
So
I also have Andrew Painter waiting in the wings. Now I am creating another potential logjam. This isn't about Ranger being a problem here. This is I have a strength. I have a weakness I need to fill.
Right.
Does this move fill my weakness?
I don't think it fills the weakness because, one, if I'm trading Ranger, I want someone who's not a left-handed bat.
The left-handed bat is a big holdup for me as well. The problem is, do I have a better option? And what I like about Cedric Mullins is he is a free agent. So this is a straight swap of you take my free agent, I take your free agent. If you want to sign him at the end of the year, God bless you. If we want to sign Cedric Mullins at the end of the year, that's on us. We both move our merry way. You get your starting pitcher. I get my center fielder. we're both lacking something. The problem is, you're right, and as I mentioned with Cedric Mullins in the past, he is a left-handed hitter. Now, he does hit leadoff. He is the leadoff hitter for Baltimore. Does he supplant Stott as the leadoff hitter and move Stott back to give you more depth at the back end of your lineup?
Honestly, what I would do is I would put Mullins 9, let him hit ahead of Stott, because Stott has been actually powering up the RBI.
You got the two lefties again.
You do, if you were to do this. Now, my theory is if this Cedric Mullins thing, let's play this out.
How many people, by the way, out there think that's a fair deal that you would do? 609-403-0973. You would just do a straight swap. Cedric Mullins for Suarez. Now, I am inclined to say, who says no? Philadelphia, because of the left-handed bat. I don't think they would take on another left-handed bat. And I don't even know, Cedric Mullins is better than what they have, I think, right now, the two guys.
Well, that's why I was going to say, if you told me that you were trading Ranger Suarez and Brandon Marsh for Cedric Mullins +1, then I'm more interested in that conversation.
Taking Sir Anthony Dominguez back?
Oh, sure. Heck yeah. I don't know if Baltimore would do it, but I would
Dominguez has been pretty good for them.
To me, if you found a way to swap Mullins and Marsh for each other on this roster, I would be all for that, because Mullins is a major upgrade over Marsh.
But as Mullins, I don't know that you're trading Ranger Suarez for a platoon player, though. If I'm trading Ranger Suarez, it's for an everyday player that I think is going to change something, the dynamic of my lineup. Possibly. And I don't know that Cedric Mullins does that for me.
I don't know.
The only reason, I didn't think hey, the Phillies need to go get Cedric Mullins. That's not what I'm saying. I saw these betting odds and said, would that even make sense? And what would they need to give up to even get? He's hitting 278, 6 homers, 20 RBI, steals some bases. I mean, he used to be, this is what stinks. Mullins used to be a switch hitter.
Correct.
He stopped switch hitting a couple of years ago, and now he only hits left-handed.
Yeah.
If he was a switch hitter, that would have been ideal.
Oh, if you told me he was still a switch hitter, I would have been like, how soon can we make the deal?
Yeah, he stopped switch hitting in 2001. So
he sustained these injuries, and that's what kind of derailed him in Baltimore.
Yeah, but the 6 home runs, I mean, he shows some power, which is, he has been a 30 home run guy in his all-star season. He hit 30 homers one year. He had 30 homers that year and had 59 ribbies. Yeah. That's almost unbelievable.
It's actually almost impossible.
How does that happen? You hit 30 homers and drove in 59 runs. Now,
what year was that?
2001. He made the All-Star game. I mean, the Orioles in 2001, I think, lost about 110 games.
I was going to say they must have had a bad team that year.
He hit 291 with 30 homers and 59 RBI. He stole 30 bases that season. I mean, that's an unbelievable offensive player. The next year, he hit 16 homers. He averages on his 162-game career, which is really weird because, early in his career, he only played 45 games, 22 games. When he became a regular for the first time, he hit 30 home runs, 16, 15, 18. And this year he's got 6 to kind of start the season. His on-base percentage, by the way, is .412.
Again, for me, if you were to tell me that I could replace Brandon Marsh with Cedric Mullins, that's fine. If you're
doing a Marsh for Mullins.
No, they're
trade.
not, boy. That's what I'm saying is if you gave me Mullins +1, right? If I got something else out of the deal, I could get rid of Marsh and give up Ranger, like you said. I don't know if they would do it, but for Anthony Dominguez, that would look really good in the bullpen right now. There's maybe some other pitcher they have. I'd be willing to have that conversation.
Jeff in Ocean City says Marsh went 2 for 5 today, solo opposite field homer and a 2-out 2 RBI single for the Iron Pigs. Good producing out of you, Jeff. Good job. So Marsh 2 for 5 today. All right. Well, when he's ready to come back, I'm very intrigued what ends up happening there. Appreciate Jeff. He's watching on YouTube. You can watch on YouTube as well at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe and be a part of the show. Sports Bash coming up. Would you make that deal? Does that intrigue you at all? Hit me up on the text board, 609-403-0973. Yes, I mean 2021, not 2001. Appreciate people checking in on that one. Yes, in 2021, Mullins was an all-star, not in 2001. More Sports Bash coming up. I read your text message and reactions to that possible move. Is that something that could happen? Coming up next on the Sports Bash. All right, 2:31 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Hill. So a lot of people hit me up on the text board. Cedric Mullins, 2021 was an All-Star, not 2001. That was closer to when I was an All-Star. 2021, not quite 2001. He was an All-Star in 2021.
Correct.
Yeah.
Probably the 2001 All-Star for the Orioles, probably like Brian Roberts or something.
Brady Anderson? No, that's probably
Brady
earlier
Anderson was
than
mid-90s. Was it like 95?
Bip Roberts, remember him?
Bip Roberts.
He was a Padre. Did he play for the Orioles too? Bip Roberts?
Good question. Let's look it up.
All right, let me get the text board because a lot of texts coming in. 609-403-0973. I want to stress, I would likely, right now I would not do this deal. I would not trade Ranger Suarez for Cedric Mullins. I'm only saying it fits because they're both free agents. The Phillies have a plethora of starting pitching. If they didn't think they could find a better center field option.
Right.
Like right now, would you say that Cedric Mullins is even that big of an upgrade over what you have? I mean, Rojas, the question with Rojas would be...
Is it sustainable?
Yes, that's a good way to put it. Is what he's doing sustainable, and do you trust him?
I don't know how to answer that because I feel like I need to see more from him, but as of right now, I like him more than Marsh.
I like him more than Marsh as well.
So for me...
Even though Marsh had a good day today, apparently.
Right. Now, if you told me that I have both Mullins and Rojas on the roster... Maybe I treat it kind of more like, all right, well, let's give Mullins a few extra days here and there and then give Rojas the alternating days. So maybe you play them half and half during the week and see who catches fire. But I don't feel that way about Marsh right now. Marsh, I'm done with Marsh. I'm over him.
This is really only, hey, both guys are free agents. That's why it works. And it's not an unfair deal.
You're talking about Mullins and Suarez.
Right. It's not an unfair deal. It's just not a great fit for Philadelphia.
Right.
It fits great for Baltimore. They need a
Baltimore
pitcher.
Would love it.
Right. This deal works better for Baltimore because they need a pitcher so bad. It's a marginal upgrade for Philadelphia, and it's a clunky fit because of the left-handed bat. John from Ocean City says, I'm okay with getting Mullins, but the power right-handed bat is more important. Yeah, and the problem, John, is the Phillies probably have scoured teams wondering, is that right-handed bat even available? And if it's not, so let's say the right-handed bat's not available, is this your best option? And if it's your best option, then do you say, listen, they tried, they looked around, they called for right-handed bats, they couldn't find one. Now I have to take this deal.
I mean, if it's the only deal available, again, my question is, can I modify it? Can I get a little, like, if the Orioles are still a dumpster fire team by the time we get to the deadline, would they be willing to give up Seranthony Dominguez, for example?
UPS Jeff says, I'm with you, Mike. It's a great straight-up deal, but the left-handed bat doesn't solve the problem, so no, not doing the deal. I'm more inclined, Jeff, to say I'm not doing the deal as well. Tom in Summers Point, bullpen is the number one priority. Tom, we agree. You need to get a bullpen right-handed arm. They made a trade today for a bullpen right-handed arm, and it's not going to change the bullpen. It's a guy who's 30 years old, has been basically a minor league pitcher, very good minor league pitcher, but he's had 4 games of major league experience, and he's 30. My inclination is them saying, look, we'll take a flyer on this guy, and if he impresses, it just gives us another option because we don't have very many options. They actually gave up a 20-year-old pitcher who's been pretty decent for them. So for them to give up a 20-year-old kid for a 30-year-old journeyman, that tells me that they think they have a big problem, and they're just hoping this guy gets into their system, impresses enough that they can say, hey, at least we got another right-handed option in the event that we have to call somebody up. But you're right, Tom and Summers Point. Bullpen, number one priority, not a question. 609-403-0973. 0973. 609-403-0973. Marsh and Taijuan Walker for Cedric Mullins. Yeah, I'd do that deal in a heartbeat. I don't think Baltimore does that deal because Taijuan Walker is not only getting paid for this season, he is getting paid for next season as well. $18 million next season, and whatever you owe him for the rest of this year. I don't know that Baltimore's all that interested in an $18 million number 5 starter.
I think Baltimore would like the idea of, I get Ranger Suarez for a trial run, and if I like him, I get first shot to resign him. I think there's a lot of value in that for Baltimore.
Wait, so you like that deal for Baltimore?
If I'm Baltimore, I like the deal because
Marsh and Walker?
No. I'm saying Suarez. I like the reason
Suarez.
why they like Suarez.
Is
because I get to test drive the car, and at the end of the year, I get first shot at resigning him.
Yeah, and I need pitching bad. I don't think Walker upgrades my rotation all that much, and I'm paying him an inordinate amount of money for being very mediocre.
And I stink already.
And right now they're 18 and 11, or 11 and 18. Yes, but that team won the division. They won 100 games the last 2 years. I don't think they're this bad. I think that they need some pitching.
Right.
And Taijuan Walker, to me, is not the pitching they need.
No.
They need a guy who's a little bit more front of the rotation than.
Also younger than Walker. Suarez is younger than Walker.
How old is Taijuan? I mean, they signed him to this huge deal. Can you imagine? You go back to that deal and say, we gave him that deal. Taijuan is 32. All right, so he's here this year and next year.
Yeah, he's 3 to 4 years older than Ranger. So,
Phil in Brigantine says, Mike Mullins a lifetime 253 hitter with 92 homers over 721 games. The way Marsh has crashed over the last 2 years, it's a bit of an upgrade. Are we getting anything near his 2021 numbers, though? Would you platoon him with Rojas? Any right-handed free agent with some pop on your list? Also, if a move isn't made, could you foresee Ranger as a bullpen option? Well, Phil, yeah, that's the thing. I think Ranger is a bullpen option in the playoffs.
right.
Right now, they have indicated he's going to start on Sunday, that they see him in the rotation. They've also kind of indicated that they're not going to go to a 6-man rotation.
Yeah, that's what Dave Dombrowski was telling the media, not this past Monday, but the Monday before, when Zielecki wrote that article where they talked about how he was saying they see Ranger and Andrew Painter both as starters. But Dombrowski also said, I don't foresee us going to a 6-man rotation anytime soon. So the Phillies have put themselves in a very weird spot where they're saying, we are planning for these guys to be starters, but we don't want to go to a 6-man rotation.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm against a 6-man rotation, and I think if you sat down Wheeler, Nola, Luzardo, and Sanchez, they'd all be against a 6-man rotation.
I mean, Wheeler has spoken out against it.
He has.
Times.
So the 6-man rotation thing, I think, is out. So Ranger as your 5, which means, to go back to Phil's question, could I see him as an option for the bullpen in the playoffs? Yes. But then that goes to the other thing that comes into play here. What happens with Painter?
Right.
Because Painter's still looming. That's why I think Ranger is a trade piece. He's a free agent. They might not want to sign because of the injuries. They've already given a contract to Sanchez. They brought in Luzardo. They have Wheeler and Nola signed long-term. Painter's on the come. That's 5 guys right there. Although something interesting that I saw from Matt Gelb from The Athletic. Did you see this story?
I did not.
The Phillies are the only team in baseball. They're an anomaly. They have used the minimum 13 pitchers. That will change on Sunday when Suarez returns to the rotation. That will be one extra pitcher they have not made a pitching move
yet
in the entire season yet.
And they're the only team?
Half the teams in the league entered Wednesday using at least 18 pitchers.
Wow.
The Braves, Dodgers, and Orioles have used 22 pitchers each. Right.
That's insane.
The Dodgers have used almost as many starting pitchers this year, 11 different starters, as the Phillies have used pitchers, period. So the Phillies have only used the 13 guys they have been the only 13 guys they've used all year.
Now, is that because that's the Phillies being smart, or is it the Phillies being stubborn? Because they do have the second worst bullpen ERA in baseball.
Well, I think a lot of this is injury related. That most teams have had injury problems. The Phillies have used 13 guys and no one's been hurt yet. So you've got a weird dynamic with that as well. 609-403-0973. Guys, you got to let the season play out. Rarely do all 5 starters stay healthy in the entire season. Painter will most likely be able to take over for someone who gets injured. Sad reality for pitchers in 2025. Yeah, that's like what we were just kind of reading right there, is the fact that the Phillies are the only team in baseball that every starter has taken every turn in the rotation. No, except for Suarez, who did not start the season on the team. Right, so you can't really count him because he started on the injured list.
Correct.
So the 13 guys that started here have all made every single start, and no bullpen guy has been supplanted yet either. So the Phillies are the only team in baseball that has happened. I think this is setting up for a fascinating couple of things. Painter takes someone's spot in the rotation. If that happens, does Suarez go to the bullpen, or is Suarez your trade piece to upgrade somewhere in this lineup?
I think it's the latter. I do still think Suarez is a trade piece, but I don't think it's for Cedric Mullins.
Yeah, the Mullins deal, I would be more inclined to say it. No, I'm not saying I'm more inclined. I'm more on the no on that. I just saw the betting odds. I thought it was interesting, and I said, well, what would it take to get him? And Baltimore needs pitching, and that deal makes sense. Now, I can't imagine they would trade Cedric Mullins for 2 low-level minor league prospects.
No.
Now, would they take a Mick Abel, somebody to that effect? And would you be interested in going that route, saying, hey, we liked Mick Abel. He was a number 1 draft choice. He just isn't in our plans anymore. We need an upgrade. We'll give you Mick Abel. You give us this guy. Maybe, but it goes back to the question that Phil asked, which is, how big of an upgrade is Cedric Mullins to the Rojas-Marsh duo? And he says, would you platoon him with Rojas? Are you really trading for Cedric Mullins, who's a leadoff hitter, and saying you're going to platoon? Because he is left-handed. So he's not even the left-handed leadoff hitter because you already have one of those.
Correct. To me, I wouldn't mind platooning him because it happens all the time in sports where a guy is the everyday guy for a bad baseball team. He goes to a playoff team and he becomes a role player. It happens all the time. That part doesn't bother me.
Get your voice heard right now. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Would you guys consider that deal at all? I'd like to hear from you guys out there, as always, on the text board, 609-403-0973. Jeff Mosher's listening. He sent us a text. Have you seen this with a trade idea?
I have not seen this.
I'll read the trade idea off when we come back. It's an interesting one. It'll definitely make you think. It'll definitely make you think. And I think I might say, I'd do this deal with a little bit of a little tweak, if I could. All right? That's coming up next. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Be a part of the show on the text board. More Sports Bash on the way. All right, 10 to the top of the hour. So our buddy Jeff Mosher from Inside the Birds, Football at 4, big baseball fan. He's listening out there. What's up, Jeff? He sent a text message with a trade idea. Now, I like the trade idea. I would tweak it a little bit if I could. Might not get done. I don't think the A's would do this, though. I'll explain why in a minute. Rangers, Suarez, Aiden Miller, and Rincones, who's down at the AAA level right now, for Rooker and Mason Miller. He says the problem, the A's are one game over 500 right now. I think the other problem with that is they just extended Rooker.
Right.
So that kind of signified, hey, we know we're turning the corner, and you're trading Rooker. Now, the one interesting part about this is they moved Rooker to the outfield to make room for Kurtz, who's their top prospect, to put him at first base. And then that moved the other first baseman to the designated hitter role because he can't play. So Rooker is basically back to the outfield, and that's probably not something they want to do long-term here. Maybe. So maybe, and I got to imagine, though, that when they signed Rooker long-term, that was something that they had in mind. But you also have to keep this in mind with the Athletics. They have no home. They're moving in a couple of years, and they have to have some excitement and excitable players when they move to Vegas. And right now, Brett Rooker would probably be at the top of the list of guys that, well, not the top of the list of guys in baseball, but 258, 8 homers right now. He's starting to heat up a little. He's on my fantasy team. He was dreadful the first couple of weeks of the season. He's been heating up all of a sudden. So I don't think they do that deal. Now, Aiden Miller being in the deal would worry me a little bit. I would probably see if they would take Crawford instead because of the reason I just mentioned. They have Rooker playing the outfield. So that would tell me, hey, they need to have an outfielder. So if I lose Brett Rooker, do I take an outfielder and throw, and at least I get Crawford back in return? And
Crawford could be my attraction now.
And he's a young – now, you're saying Aiden Miller. Aiden Miller's a shortstop, So they've got Jacob Wilson as their shortstop there, who's a, young player who, he's a young prospect of theirs who's having a good start to the season, too. He's hitting .325 with 3 home runs. So he's another guy that, I don't know that they really say, hey, we have a need for shortstop. So the one thing with Rooker is I think they just signed him. But I like and he throws Mason Miller in there, which is obviously something that you need.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Rooker is 30 years old.
Yeah, he is 30 years old. I would say if you could swap out Aiden Miller with Crawford, I think that's worthy of having a conversation for sure then. Because the problem with Crawford is, one, he's left-handed. And two,
for the Phillies.
Right, for the Phillies. The problem with the Phillies is he's left-handed.
So if I'm picking to trade Rooker, by the way, got a 5-year, $60 million deal.
Not crazy money.
Not crazy money at all, but
Phillies.
For either team. I mean, if you're Oakland or Vegas or Sacramento or wherever the hell you live, 5 years, $60 million, $12 million a year, they're fine with that. I mean, that's a small market team that has no home, and they're saying, hey, 5 years for $60 million for this guy? Great. If the Phillies could get that contract, that would be a very affordable guy that would hit right smack in the middle of the year lineup and hit number 4.
The only other question is, how does Rooker fit into this roster as currently constructed? Because your left fielder right now is Max Kepler.
Yes, and you have a DH.
Who's really good.
Yeah, so Rooker would not be the designated hitter here unless you said, Schwarber, you're going back to left field. Rooker, you're now the DH. And Kepler, you're SOL.
Yeah.
I don't know. It would present a little bit of challenges, but Mason Miller would be a highly sought-after asset in that. But again, Moshe, good try. It's better than some of the trades I get from the text board, but I just don't think it logistically kind of works with the way the A's are right now. They're actually pretty good, and they're young, and those guys are affordable. More Sports Bash on the way. Coming up, Dave Gallagher, former major leaguer, 9 years in the majors. He joins me next. All right, 3 o'clock on this Thursday, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe, hit the like button. You can text into the studio at 609-403-0973. That's the way to hit us. By the way, the Phillies lineup is out. Stott, Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos, Kepler, Bohm, Rojas, Marchand. Look at that, Josh. Marchand. I nailed it. There's the night. Marchand in the 9-hole tonight. So Marchand does get the call tonight, and the lineup is the same. The guy at the top of the lineup, I reached out to my buddy Dave Gallagher, former Philly 9-year Major League Baseball veteran, because he posted something on the X platform that kind of opened my eyes a little bit. Bryson Stott is the leadoff man. Here is what manager Rob Thompson said last night when he was asked by our Nick Earnshaw if Bryson Stott was going to get more chances to hit in the leadoff spot against left-handed pitching. Here's what he said.
Is there a chance he's going to get more opportunities against left-handed pitching in that role?
I think so, but I still want to keep Sosa going, and Wilson and those bench guys. But he's swinging the bat great, and he's getting on base. Rojas is swinging the bat great. I was trying to get Stevenson in there, but it's tough to get him in right now because Rojas is so hot.
All right, Dave Gallagher, you tweeted last night about Bryson Stott as the leadoff man. He has done a really good job. What has impressed you about what Stott has brought to the top of the order?
Well, Mike, I know you've always liked Stott, and so have I. Something happened last year. We're not privy to all the conversations and organizational conversations, hitting coach, manager, and staff conversations with the players. But I felt like when Stott first came up, everybody probably would have agreed. The Philly fans, for the most part, they know what they're talking about. They do know the game. They're very astute. And he was known as a heady player, high acumen. And in fact, not to get off track, but just for a second, the other night when they ended up winning after losing that big lead, it almost went unnoticed that he stole second base, and then Rojas hit that medium fly ball. I think it was Bohm that tagged up from third and scored, and Stott moved up on it. Not everybody does that, but he was smart enough to go back and tag, and I'm sure his head was on a swivel. He watched the throw. When it went home, he continued on third. That ended up being very important because he scored the winning run on a ball that got, 10, 15 feet past the catcher. So he's just a heady player. But I think his approach, for whatever reason, changed last year. Almost as if somebody got to him and said, hey, look, we think you can hit more home runs. Because he was chasing a lot more. He started getting pull happy. And I was just scratching my head because I thought he was so valuable a couple of years ago, and he seems to be getting it back now, getting deeper in counts, seeing more pitches, using the entire field, smart at bats, and controlled at bats. Like, it doesn't even look like he feels any anxiety at times when he's in this mode. I think that's the best way he can help the Phillies. I really do.
So he is in the leadoff spot now. Is it a unique, odd situation that he hits leadoff against righties and then essentially is not in the lineup against lefties? I mean, that's essentially what Rob said. Hey, I got to find ways to get Sosa going. Is that something that is okay in your mind? If you're on that team, your leadoff hitter against righties is one guy, and then the other days he's not in the lineup.
It's a balance. I understand what Rob is saying there. You don't want guys to get too stale when they're bench players and you may need them, especially, again, I always go back to this. The Phillies, to me, are World Series win or bust. I think that's got to be their mindset, and that's what the fans want. And when that is the case, you're going to need your role players, so there's that balance. But I like the way you're putting that question to me. There's also a lot of value in steadiness and consistency. Do I think Bryson will be as comfortable against a tough lefty? Of course not. But he's smart enough to give something. Maybe he gives his front side away and says, I'm going to see it longer and try to take them to left. A lot of left-handed hitters do that when they're facing a tough lefty. They know the tendency is to fly open and buckle a little on a breaking ball that starts at them. So they tell themselves, keep your front side in, and they just go in trying to shoot the ball the other way. There's something to be said for knowing what your role is going to be when you show up at the ballpark, at least on a consistent basis, if not an everyday basis.
Dave Gallagher is with us, former major leaguer, 9 years in the majors. One of those years was in Philadelphia with the Phillies, and, of course, the Phillies trying to sweep the Washington Nationals tonight. I just gave you that lineup there. Stott is back at the top of the lineup there. So I would imagine they're going to stick with Stott there, at least against right-handers for the long term here, and I would think that Schwarber stays in that 4th spot. What do you think about the dynamics of that middle of the lineup now with Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos, that 3-4-5? Because Schwarber hasn't gotten off to the greatest. I mean, Harper, I should say, hasn't got off to the greatest start. They've been switching guys behind him. Then Schwarber went behind him, Dave, and he went a little cold. He finally homered last night. But that 3-4-5, do you like the middle of that lineup, or is that something they still need to kind of figure out?
I like it. Again, they will need some consistency, but you learn a lot of things when you play as long as I did, and especially when you're the type of player that I was. I've often said I knew early on I was great at nothing, so I had to be good at everything. Like, I had to be fundamentally sound, which means you got to pay attention. You got to get your bunts down. You got to hit the ball the other way with a man on second and nobody out. You got to get the ball in the air with the runner on third and less than 2 outs. And I had a very high success rate, probably out of fear of keeping a job. Like, I had to do all those little things. So when you look at, the handful of guys you mentioned, Schwarber, Bohm is struggling, but Bohm I'd put in this category. Castellanos, Harper, more or less around, maybe 2 or 3. I know they like to get him those at bats early, and I get it. But hopefully those guys are hitting in the same group for BP, pregame BP every day too, because they've got to talk. Their mindset is similar. And I've learned that you try to have your hitting groups when you're a coach of a team, or even the hitting coach would make that decision, that are like-minded, because your conversation around the turtle, the backstop, that'll be productive, and you are, after all, trying to win games. So I think they answer to each other, or I'm reading the room wrong, but I feel like they are good at that they communicate and they answer to each other, number one. And I will bring up, I put this on Twitter too. I don't think it's a shocker, but I don't mean anything by it other than that I think the face of this team is starting to point a little bit towards Schwarber. Mm-hmm. And Harper's Harper. He's a superstar. For them to go anywhere, he's got to get hot, and my guess, because he's done it, he will when needed. He just will. He's done it. But Schwarber's been pretty darn consistent for the last, what would you say, year and a half? I think 2 years ago he hit under 200. Last year I just saw major improvement in his overall approach. He still had his power numbers, but he was willing to give a little bit instead of just, strike out in a bad spot. He seemed like he went up with a plan. He still took his share of chances, as he should. But I don't think Bryson Stott has the right to do that. Would you agree, Mike? I don't think he has the right to take so many chances out front.
Yeah.
That he's going to.
Well, you saw last night, Dave. Schwarber hits a ball with one hand out of the building. Yeah. I don't know that Stott's going to do that anytime soon.
No, it's to me like, if you imagine yourself or any of the listeners coaching third base, when Schwarber comes up, he gets a 2-0 count. You're not going to give him a take sign. Even man on second, nobody out. If I'm coaching third, I'm going to look at him, and we will have had this conversation. So it's just a look of, hey, I want you swinging the bat. Don't force the ball to the right side. You just do you, because we know you can do damage. I don't want Schwarber moving the guy up to third, like sacrificing an out but I would want that out of Stott. There's several guys in the lineup that I would want that out of. You got a job to do here. Look what Harper did. I mean, it's crazy, right? But it just shows his will to win when he bunted the other day.
Yeah. Well, there were some people kind of criticizing him for that. Like, hey, I don't want Bryce Harper bunting. But, in that spot, I guess he said, hey, I'll do whatever it takes.
And I understand the mentality of I don't want him bunting. That's basically what I just got done saying. But I want to tell you about I remember having a bat against Chicago, the Cubs. Can't think of the left-handed pitcher's name, but he was known for his changeup with just, good arm speed. The ball would fade away from right-handers, and you'd roll over and hit a ground ball to the left side, like time and time again. And I had a man on second, nobody out. He's not going to strike me out. He's not a strikeout guy. But I thought, he wants me to try to time this pitch, and he wants me to roll it over and hit it to the pull side. He gets an out, and I don't get the job done. And I thought, perfect pitch to lay a bunt down. It's running away from me. All I got to do is create the angle with my bat,
right,
and I'm leaning towards first.
And push it up the first baseline.
No, I actually took it to third to make the third baseman field, make him come in.
All right.
And that opened the door.
That's good back control, Dave. That's good back control.
Yeah, well, with the man on second, it's actually, if you think about how the third baseman plays it, he creeps up, he gets as far forward as he can, and he turns his body so he can see the runner on second, he can see his pitcher, and then on the pitch, all he does is square up to the hitter. He's taught, if it's bunted hard, you got to go get it. If it's bunted soft, retreat to the base. The catcher might have a play at third. So understanding that, that's where you want to put that bunt. And I beat it out. So I got a base hit. We had the runner move up, also a bonus. So I don't know if Bryce was thinking, that's a long way of me saying, I may struggle against this guy to do what I want to do, so let me just do this. I mean, I'm with you and all the fans that say, no, I'd rather see him swing. The majority of the time, that's exactly what I would want. But I'd also let Bryce I'd let Bryce do his thing because he does know the game.
Yeah.
He does know the game.
Dave Gallagher's with us, 9-year Major League Baseball veteran. We love just chopping it up, talking some baseball, a lot of Phillies-oriented stuff. You talked about Stott and kind of what he has brought to the leadoff spot there, and the fact that he's been taking a lot of pitches and how that helps the rest of the lineup out as well. So you got that aspect of it. So Stott at the top of the order, kind of, changing his approach, serving the whole lineup there. I want to go down to the bottom of the lineup. What are we seeing from Rojas? Is this sustainable?
Wait, I mean, again, I will say you can do it at this time of the year. To his credit, he did this once before, 2 years ago. I believe he trickled over that 300 batting average, but it was kind of almost like some of these at-bats, you just don't believe he can do it again. He's a hard worker, and it looks like he's doing it. I don't know if it will last, but I'll try to make it quick, I promise. When I played one of the years for the White Sox, it was not long after I got called up. I wasn't supposed to make it, and I was batting leadoff. And about 2.5 months into the season, I was hitting 303. I went down to hit early with my hitting coach. He sat me down. It was one-on-one. He said, "You can't tell anybody I'm about to tell you this because I could lose my job, but they don't think you can do it." He crushed me because I was on top of the world. I was on top of the world. I thought, I'm succeeding in the big leagues. There's no fear here. There's no anxiety. I got a job now. That was my mindset. And he's telling me that when they meet, David, they don't think you can do it. My manager was Jim Fregosi, who ended up grabbing me years later on the Phillies. He was the one that had me in Chicago with the White Sox. I appreciated the fact that even though he didn't think I could maintain that, he didn't make it public because he could have crushed my career if he made that public in the papers or, whatever. He kept it to himself or inside that room with the staff. And what the hitting coach was doing was trying to motivate me to keep working hard. He really didn't need to do that. I was always a hard worker, but I hit over 300 that year But can you imagine waking up every day just thinking, they don't think I can do it.
Right.
And you have to play through that against the best arms in the world who know how to get you out. It's a lot. It's a lot to take on. I'm proud that I did it. And then again, maybe Jim Fregosi just simply thought Gallagher would be a hell of a role player, but I don't see him as an everyday player in the big leagues. I had to fight against it. So maybe just it helped maybe your listeners get in the mindset of where Rojas is at. He won't say it, but I'm sure that's what's going through his head is not only do I need some hits, I got to keep doing it because I've been sent down.
And how much, Dave, and you played this role, how much is now he's just putting to play every single day? He's not playing one day, then sitting 3, playing 1, sitting 4, playing 2, sitting, he's out there because Marsh isn't out there. And, one of the problems I think with this kid is, and as you tweeted out, he's hard to figure out. He's a great defensive player, but then he has lapses. And he's just so raw and green, it seems like, that he's one of these guys that probably would benefit from just throw him out there every day and just live with the ups and the downs, and maybe that will ultimately make him a better player, as opposed to a platoon player.
Well, this is not going to surprise you at all, and I think you're going to absolutely understand this response. Baseball isn't fair. Life isn't fair. Baseball is worse. So we've all heard the stories years back, Willie Mays, right, where he was told when he first came up, he was really struggling. But he was told, I don't care how much you struggle, I'm going to keep running you out there. Well, Willie Mays is a lot different than the skill set of Rojas or Gallagher. So they get that. They earned it. They deserve it. They have that kind of skill where it's worth it. But to a guy like Rojas or back when I played you don't have that luxury. The game is just simply different. It is what it is. Can you imagine, Mike, I have 5 kids, three boys, 2 of them that played baseball. And my one son, I can remember when he would say, Dad, I hit 2 balls that would have been out if it was a normal day. And today the wind's just blowing in. They were routine flies. And I said, did you know the wind was blowing in before the game? Yeah. Then today would have been a good day to stay on top and try to hit line drives or hard ground balls. Like, that's how you have to play. Now, if the wind was breezing out, then you can elevate. Sometimes you got to think, and you have to be able to think under pressure. So the pressure for Rojas is different than what I just said about Willie Mays, where his manager relieved any pressure by saying, I don't care if you're 0 for 50, I'm going to keep running you out there. And, of course, Willie Mays turned it around. They're not going to say that to Rojas. He's just going to have to earn it.
When you watch Trey Turner, does he make an impact? Is that a fair question? Trey Turner, is he an impactful player? Is he he was 4 for 4 the other night, and you felt like I remember that he didn't make 2 plays in the field. I don't remember that he went 4 for 4.
I understand, and I think that the Phillies fans and the Phillies front office obviously thought they were going to get a lot more out of Trey Turner when they signed him to his contract. We have seen at times where he can carry the team and he can come up with big hits, but he is a free swinger. He's a free swinger. So that's why I've never liked him leading off, because he could lead off a game and first pitch fly out to left field and you feel like nothing. And I like when Bryson goes deeper in the count and you learn a lot. We don't see the dugout, but if, let's say, he grounded out after 6 pitch at bat, I guarantee when he comes back, if the camera stayed on him, he would say to the other players, he's got some arm side run, or his ball's sinking, or he doesn't have the velocity he had last time. This is all just pertinent information to the hitter. And you don't get that when a guy is a free swinger. Now, I would not go to Trey Turner and say, we need you to get deeper in counts, because you're changing who he is. So it's almost like offensively you have to take what he gives you. It can be a lot. He can steal bases, right? He can hit for power. He can hit for average. and it's just these lapses of time where he's not contributing. Another player that I scratch my head.
Yeah,
that I thought he would have been a fantastic player in Philadelphia, especially in the summer.
Yeah,
because the ball carries there really well.
I thought he was a great fit for what they lacked when they signed him. Now that $300 million, I looked the other day, they're paying him $27 million a year for the next 8 years. He will be 40 years old, making $27 million still, and I don't know how that's going to turn out, Dave. But I do want to get one last thought on this lineup, which is Castellanos to me is a perplexing guy. He hits in the 5-hole. He seems to be fine. He's, in the 5-hole, he's hitting 328, 362 on base, a couple homers, 14 RBI. You put him in the 4-hole, 130 with 11 strikeouts, no homers, 1 ribby, 231 on base, 130 slug. How different is it as the guy hitting behind Harper as opposed to 2 spots away?
Would you believe I hit cleanup a couple times in my career? It's hard to believe if you looked at my statistics. But if I'm going to be honest, when I did, there was like three guys hurt.
I will pull your numbers up in the clear out spot for you here, Dave, as you're as we have this conversation.
Well, you can't change who you are. So for me, it was just protection for Eddie Murray. I was hitting for a high batting average, so at least
you hit 230 in the 4-hole.
Oh, wonderful! I probably didn't have that many at bats.
1 dinger, 6 ribbies in 36 games, 12 starts in the 4-hole.
Wow, I didn't know I had that.
Your number one spot is leadoff. You hit leadoff 220 games. Or 186 games, you started as a leadoff hitter and then the number 2 hole. So your best spot in the order was generally number 2. You hit 290.
I love hitting number 2. That's what I think is happening with Stott is you go up with a purpose the majority of time, right? Man on first, I always wanted to know. I had a signal with the runner on first if he was a base stealer. Just go to the top of your helmet. You're telling me you're looking to run. And I will take the pitch. I'll go to 2 strikes if it's late in the game and we're close or we need a run. I'd be willing to take 2 strikes. But I want to know if you're running because I don't want to foul pitch off.
Right.
I don't even want to put it in play. So now if he steals second, now he's on second with nobody out. I've got a job to do. I want to go to the right side or drop a bunt down to third. So I feel like so many at-bats pulled me into an approach, and I think that's what's happening with Stott. I don't know the answer to Castellanos other than maybe he likes protecting more than hitting fourth, like protecting, say, Schwarber. If they're going to pitch around him, maybe it motivates them. Okay, you're going to pitch around him to get to me. Some guys thrive on that.
Well, it's ultimately, Dave, and I don't know how you feel about this now because, you got the 2 lefties, Harper and Schwarber, and they both hit lefties, I guess. But ultimately in a playoff series, you hate to see Harper and Schwarber having to face that top-tier lefty because you don't have that righty to split them. I doubt they want to move Schwarber even further down the lineup to number 5. So you have a clunky situation. So even if you had a right-handed bat, do you put Schwarber back to the top of the line? Like, it's a weird dynamic because 2 of your left-handers are your 2 most productive hitters, and now your leadoff hitter is also left-handed.
Yeah, I do think you'd want to split them. And if that meant that Kyle went to 5th, but the only reason it would happen is if either Castellanos, JT, he's another one that has slid, right? I was going to say maybe if JT was hot, you could hit him between Harper and Schwarber, but
it's a shame Bohm too. I mean, you and I both like Bohm, but he has been a disappointment. Now he's come around a little bit, but Dave, no impact with the power. I mean, he's just right now just kind of been a non-factor. He's a guy who's driven in almost 200 runs for this team the last 2 years. You're getting nothing from him.
I agree, and you and I both have liked him from the start. And there was a reason I always liked him. His approach made sense with runners in scoring position. Mm-hmm. It just made sense, and it always will make sense. He looked to hit the ball middle opposite, which allows you to turn on anything slow. right? If it's a hanging curveball and you're thinking hitting fastball middle opposite, not only will you see it good because you've waited, but you'll get a really good swing at that thing. You might crush it. And that's kind of where he was. He lay off nasty sliders because you see him longer. He didn't hit the home runs, but I think any Philly fan would take 12 to 15 home runs and 95 RBIs. You know, like if you're getting the RBIs, then it doesn't have to be home runs. I did always think that eventually he'll be 20 to 25. I don't know. And now I'm thinking he needs a change of scenery. And last time I probably shocked a lot of people, but I thought trying to trade Bohm for Nolan Arenado,
right,
would be a good one simply because I think both teams would benefit.
Yeah.
Cardinals might take a shot at getting a young guy that's in a subtle market, different than say.
Hey, they took a third baseman from the Phillies before, and he turned out to be a Hall of Famer. Remember that?
Right, I forgot about Roland.
Man.
Yeah. So,
did you play with Roland? He wasn't around in '95 quite yet, right?
My last year was 95. That was with the Phillies and then traded to the Angels at the end of the year.
Yeah, I don't think Roland was up by 95. He might have been more towards 96 was his rookie year.
The third baseman the year I was there was Hollins.
Oh, Dave Hollins. Man, what an intense dude that guy is, huh?
Intense. That's one way of saying it. Wow. During a game, you did not want to be near him. But you know what's interesting? Harry Callis once said to me on a plane flight, would you not want to sit next to Harry Callis on a West Coast flight, Mike?
Wow.
With what's in that man's head? Because don't forget, he did NFL films, voiceovers for so long. So he knows baseball, he knows football. But he once said to me, the best he's ever seen going first to third, not just on the Phillies, but in the league, he said was Dave Hollins.
Wow.
And the more I thought about it, I thought, you know what? Hollins did get a great secondary lead off of first base, and he got to full speed for a big guy. He got to full speed within those first 2 or 3 steps, and that's not the same for everybody. But he was a bulldog. He came around second. He's going to third, But you're right about him being intense.
Good stuff. Dave Gallagher, we like to chop it up. There you go. Got a little bit of a insight on the Phillies lineup there as they'll take on the Nationals tonight, trying to keep it going here to get the sweep. And then Arizona this weekend. We'll talk to Dave down the road and get some more MLB insights from him right here on the Sports Bash. Great to catch up with you, Dave, as always.
You too, Mike.
All right, there you go. Dave Gallagher, former Philly, 9-year Major League Baseball veteran. Always like getting his perspective on just baseball in general. He watches every night, get how his Major League brain sees a lot of these players. Your thoughts on that conversation, 609-403-0973. We got so much more to go, including about an hour from now, today's Nuggets are on the way. Football at 4, we'll get Andrew DiCecco's take on what he saw from the draft. That's coming up. But are the Eagles still the team to beat? That is coming up. Plus, did the Eagles make the right pick? That's next. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN.
I love what they did. I'm also jealous of who they are, right? And it's not good to be jealous. You should never be jealous. But Howie Roseman continues to impress me, and I know that there's been times where he wasn't the most loved guy there in Philadelphia, but you better love him now, man, because he's making some really good decisions. Philadelphia, the rich keep getting richer. I'm so impressed by what they were able to do.
That was ESPN Radio's Q Myers on the Sports Bash yesterday, right here on 97.3 ESPN. The rich just keep getting richer. But are the Eagles still the team to beat? Well, was doing a little bit of prep for today's show, happened to come across the power rankings post-draft. Would you surmise that this Eagles team is the best team in football? Took a lot of hits in free agency. Do we think that the powers that be that put the power polls together post-draft have the Eagles at number one? What do you say?
I don't think so.
Really?
I think some people might, knock him down a notch or two just because of some of those aforementioned defensive losses.
So they did lose 4 key players on the defensive side of the ball. And there's other guys. Oren Burks isn't really calculated, but he started the Super Bowl for this team. They lost Mekhi Becton. He did start for this team in the Super Bowl. So they lost, 6 players? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players that started in the Super Bowl.
Well, Milton Williams didn't start in the Super Bowl, but he was still a very valuable player.
All right, I'm counting him
team.
kind of as a starter. So, yeah,
Okay.
He was a high-level rotation. He had 2.5 sacks or 2 sacks in the game.
I mean, the starters you lost were Slay, CJ GJ, you lost Josh Sweat, you lost Mekhi Becton, and you mentioned Burks.
So where do you think the Eagles belong on the power rankings? These are the post-draft power rankings. They were actually put together 2 hours ago.
Okay. And which website is this?
CBS Sports. This is Pete Prisco. Pete's been doing it a long time, man.
Yeah, he has. He's been wrong about a lot of things, too, over the years.
We're keeping tabs. They lost Sweat, Williams, Slay, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. They listed that in the article.
I am going to guess that Pete is going to have the Eagles at 5.
Okay, so you have them at number 4. You think Pete has them at number 5.
Yes.
What do you guys think out there? Right now, power poll, power rankings, post-draft. Number 10, the Chargers.
Sounds about right. I mean, they did make some significant upgrades, one of them being Mekhi Becton.
Do you like the Chargers better or the Bengals?
Chargers.
Chargers or Broncos?
They're kind of even, but I would lean Broncos because they at least got to the postseason last year.
They both did, but he's got the Chargers 10, the Broncos 11.
Okay, interesting.
Chargers, Niners.
Probably the Chargers.
Chargers are 10, Niners are 14.
Okay.
All right? So the Chargers are 10. Tampa Bay is number 9.
That's interesting. Now, Tampa, not a lot of losses, not a lot of gains either. They're not a team that, although I do think them drafting Emega is probably going to be a pretty big deal for them, a wide receiver, getting that depth.
Number 8, the Rams.
I like the Rams offseason. You could argue they deserve to be maybe higher.
You like L.A. or number 7, Green Bay?
I would lean to the Rams.
Okay.
I still like what they did a little more.
So the Eagle gauntlet of teams that they went through are 8, 7, and 6. Washington.
Washington, we've talked about this the other day. They've made some upgrades. They've made some growth.
Number 5, Baltimore.
Interesting. Now, my question would be
By the way, that is in the top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4 straight NFC teams.
Yes. My question to you, Mike, is do you think Baltimore is better than all the other teams currently listed behind them?
Regular season-wise, they're always generally, one of the top 3-4 teams. So they brought back Ronnie Stanley. I know they got so their offensive line, is intact there.
Yep.
I loved what they did in the draft. I thought their first 2 rounds they nailed it, getting Malachi Starks and Mike Green to a defense that was already really good.
Yeah, the Starks edition was much needed. They definitely needed another guy in the secondary. I'm still not 100% sold on Mike Green. I think there's got to be something of these off-the-field issues that every other team passed on him multiple times.
Well, listen, he's not a home run that he's going to be cleared to play, but he wasn't not cleared to be drafted or not. There's nothing that is keeping him from being drafted. Yes,
right.
Exactly. And if he's playing, he's really good. Really good. He might be the best pass rusher in this draft. All right, so number 5 is Baltimore. Number 4, Detroit.
Interesting. So I'm assuming that part of the demerit is them losing the 2 coordinators. Because it would be for me.
First sentence, they lost both coordinators to head coaching jobs, which will be challenging. But they still have a deep roster if they can stay healthy, which they didn't do on on defense last year.
I mean, they were the most injured team in football.
He has them down a spot.
Okay, interesting.
Okay. Number 3, down a spot, Buffalo. Now, the last couple of years, I think both of us have fallen into this. I don't think Buffalo's as good. I think they've taken a step back. They went 13-4 last year. Ultimately, they didn't win in the biggest moments. Do we still think Baltimore is overrated? Buffalo.
I think Buffalo is not overrated. I think they belong in the top 5. We can debate where they belong in the top 5, but I think that they have earned their keep in the top 5.
So they are number 3. They are down a spot, which brings us to the top 2. One of them is down a spot. The other one is up 3.
Interesting.
Do you have a guess?
I mean, I still would be surprised if he has the Eagles at number 1, so I'm going to go with the Eagles at number 2 here.
Kansas City is number 2. They
Oh, my
were
goodness.
number 1. He moved them down a spot. But it goes
Interesting.
back to what Q Myers said. The rich keep getting richer, and they have Philadelphia as the number 1 team up 3 spots. So he moved them up
Wow.
3 spots after the draft. This is what he said, quote, "There won't be a ton of change, very little on offense, which is why they start at the top. They will have a new offensive coordinator in Kevin Patula after losing Kellen Moore to the Saints, so that could be an adjustment." He makes no mention of the fact that they have to replace 4 starters on defense, and I think their defense has taken is the word significant step back too much?
I don't think it's too much, but I think you have to be realistic that no matter what your perspective is on the Eagles, you could be the most positive person in the world. Losing all of those players from last year's team is going to have a impact on some level.
All right, so did they take the right player? Inside the Birds does a thing called Inside the Tape, Inside the Draft platform with Greg Cosell, who is a part of the matchup show with Sal Palantonio. Greg Cosell on the Inside the Birds platform, he explains why he likes the pick of Drew Makuba actually better than a guy like Malachi Starks or some of the other drafts that were safeties that were in this draft.
I love Makuba. Makuba was one of my favorites. I mean, I liked Eminwari at number 1. I could make an argument that I like Makuba more than Starks. Makuba's twitchy. He's sudden. He's a really good athlete. He's up to 194 because he was 186 at the combine. Because at 186, that's a little small. But this guy is aggressive. He's a better athlete than Watts. I'm sure. I know they liked Watts too, but Makuba's a better athlete.
Okay, so there you go. He likes Makuba. And the big part of it is how much weight he's put on already. So he's already put on like 8 pounds, I think it sounded like he said. So why does he think that Drew Makuba is such a good fit for this Eagles defense?
Makuba just has a better feel for how they want to play in their quarters looks. He's really aggressive and competitive as a run defender, because as a run defender, what they expect their safeties to do, what they call is flow, stack, track. That's the way they want their safeties to play. It's safety's responsibility in run defense out of quarters, and he comes down and he hits you. He's played a lot of football. He sees things really well. He's got good hands. in some ways, he's kind of like Gardner Johnson.
Okay, so that's coming from Greg Cosell, who says he really thinks that he is a good fit for what they do in their defense. You know, this guy might be a better fit someplace else. He might be a better player on this team, but if he comes to your team, maybe he doesn't fit as well as Drew Makuba does with the Philadelphia Eagles. 609 403 0973. 609 403 0973. Hearing that from Greg Cosell, do you feel better? Maybe if you were not a big fan of the Drew Makuba pick, let us know. 609 403 0973. Coming up, Howie Roseman was on the Rich Eisen show, and he talked about their number one first-round pick, and he confirmed something about a trade. We'll get you the details on that coming up next. Now, this one has my head spinning a little bit. Has my head thinking all sorts of different things. You'll hear from what Howie Roseman said about a possible trade that they were thinking about on draft night. Coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN.
You have a lot of conversations during the draft with a lot of teams, and there's a lot of action when teams are on the clock. You're moving up, and so we had a lot of conversations with a lot of teams that were in front of us. Finally, able to execute a trade with the Chiefs and Brett Veach, and hopefully, it works out for both sides.
That's the voice of Howie Roseman on the Rich Eisen Show. Did he kind of indicate that they were trying to trade up even further?
The question was about, so apparently the Los Angeles Chargers had told people that the Eagles were one of the teams that called them to trade
Where
up.
the Chargers pick?
I thought it was 26. Let me double check.
So did they want to go to 26 to get this player? That's what I want to know. Did they want to go to 26 to get Jahad Campbell? That's where I'm intrigued. So, yeah, apparently, according to reports, Howie indirectly confirmed there that they were trying to trade up, and there
Chargers were 22.
22?
So if you base it on his answer, he didn't deny it. He just said, we were calling a lot of teams. A lot of things happen when guys are on the clock. So
if they went to 22, are they taking Campbell? Did they value him that much? No, or 22, though, man, that is – I'm trying to wrap my head about who they could have taken in this spot.
Like if they would have taken Campbell and Starks was still on the board, then what happens?
Well, if they moved up to 22, the available players on the board at that spot would have been, all right? So let's see which one of these guys seemingly made sense if they were on the board at number 22. You would have – at 22, where they took, there was a running back taken. They're not taking him.
Right.
Matthew Golden, a wide receiver. I don't imagine that would have happened. Donovan Jackson, I don't think that happens at all. Jackson Dart,
That's the one the Giants traded up into that round to get, by the way.
James Pierce, Malachi Starks, Tyleek Williams, Josh Connerly. No. I mean, so if they moved to 22, off the board would have been guys that, Walter Nolan, that was a name you heard a lot about. I don't know who they would have been targeting at 22. So am I supposed to believe now that the Eagles were willing to move up to number 22 to take Campbell? I don't know that I believe that. And they end up getting him at number 30? That's kind of interesting.
31.
31, sorry.
30 was Maxwell Harrison, the corner from Kentucky for the Buffalo.
When we come back, it's football at 4. Andrew DiCecco is going to give us his grades and thoughts on the Eagles draft class. That's coming up next with Andrew DiCecco from InsideTheBirds.com here on the Sports Bash. This hour has been brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, cooling, and air conditioning. More Sports Bash on the way, including football at 4, the Nuggets, Rye or Sigh, and you out there. Here's the number to get involved for football at 4 today, 609-403-0973. If the Eagles were going to trade up to 22, who would they have taken? Man, I got to think about this one. I'll ask Andrew DiCecco what he thinks coming up next. And Football is Forward is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. A lot of great stuff this week in Football at 4. Andrew DiCecco, his first reaction on Football at 4 to what the Eagles did in the draft. There's one player I know he really liked, and we'll get his thoughts on that coming up right now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN as Andrew DiCecco joins me right now for Football at 4 on this Thursday. Andrew, welcome back, man. How you doing?
Hey, Mike, I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I'm always good, man. Good to always catch up with you. I actually got a chance Saturday. I was driving around in the Philly area, so I heard a lot of your takes on some of the stuff here. But I know one guy in particular that you're pretty fond of because you said it here on Football at 4. But I want to get your thoughts on first the decision to trade up one spot, Jahad Campbell, and how you kind of envision his fit and what he will do for this defense here, because obviously they lost a lot on defense. Is this a guy that you think will make an impact right away?
Well, I love the pick first and foremost for the Philadelphia Eagles, Mike. He was the 10th rated player on my DiCecco big board, and it turns out Howie Roseman had a top 10 grade on him as well. When you talk about a player who is really the modern-day NFL defender, and he can rush the passer at 6'3", 235. He can move sideline to sideline as an off-ball linebacker. He has a coverage acumen to him. So I kind of like him a little bit to, I guess, Micah Parsons. But I think Campbell is even more of an off-ball linebacker. I think he can do that a little bit more effectively. And so trading up a spot ensures that the Eagles got their guy and eliminated the possibility of maybe another team leaping in front of them to take the guy that they wanted. And I think that was great value at 31, and he's going to be an early impact player for the Philadelphia Eagles in 2025.
We were just talking about, there was a report that the Eagles maybe were talking with the Chargers to get up to number 22, I guess, the Chargers. I can't even imagine. Would they have traded up to 22, do you think, to take this player?
I think so. If we're to take what Howie Roseman said at face value, if he really was a top 10 player and everything checked out medically, which obviously it did, I don't see a reason why they wouldn't. If they liked him at 31, they likely liked him at 22 as well. And it was crazy for me to see him still available. I almost forgot that he hadn't been picked yet until I'm going through my big board. I'm looking at the players that I crossed off. I'm like, wow, Campbell hasn't gone yet. This has to be for Campbell, and certainly it was.
Andrew DiCecco, there's round one. I know in round two, Jericho's Philadelphia. They're picking last in the round. They have the opportunity to make a couple of picks. Drew Makuba is the pick. You brought his name up a lot during our pre-draft stuff here on Football at 4. That's the selection. What did you think of that selection and the fit and where they might use him? Because he did play, some corner and safety at Texas.
Yeah, I think I'm higher on him maybe than the consensus. I've watched a lot of Drew Makuba tape, and I really like the way that his skill set translates into a Vic Fangio defense. He's versatile. He's highly intelligent, which is a critical aspect of playing that position at a high level in that defense, because it is a little bit complicated for safeties and linebackers. A lot is asked of them. And his body type, I know that there's a lot of folks that are having trouble getting over him being 5'11", 186. It's important to remember that he weighed in at 194 at the NFL Combine, and his body type is kind of similar to C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Of course, he also has the ability to take the football away. In college, 5 interceptions last year. But I just like his ability to be versatile, so Vic Fangio can move him around. And when you really look at the safeties that Vic has had in his systems that have really thrived, it's been players of that mold. And I had him kind of around 65 to 70 on my big board, so I don't think that was a reach. And he has the qualities of that player, which is why I brought him up so frequently during our conversations.
Yeah, Makuba, obviously. Do you look at him as the guy that wins that job off the bat? Him, Sidney Brown, Lewis Scenes in that room, and Tristan McCollum. Do you think Makuba will ultimately come out of training camp as the day one starter?
Yeah, in my opinion, yes, because he has more of a well-rounded skill set maybe than someone like a Sidney Brown, who, while we haven't seen what he's able to do in its entirety in a Vic Fangio defense, his skill set is a little bit more limited. He doesn't have quite the range. And beyond that, it's what's between the ears, right? And I think that his ability to be that heat-seeking missile, it might play well in other defenses, but for Vic's defense where you have to be assignment sound and you can't afford to take poor angles and give up a big play. He's going to make a big play, but he's also probably going to give up a big play as well. I just think that based on his skill set in this particular defense, Makuba is the vastly superior player.
All right, it'll be interesting. That's going to be, last year I think it was when we got to training camp, everybody was like, all right, maybe it was last year when everybody was wondering who was going to be the corners. All those young corners, Ricks and Ringo, they were all going to be battling for that spot. This year it's probably going to be that safety room. All these young guys. Do you think they'll bring in a veteran safety?
It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me because they were light at that position last year. A lot of youth. You talk about Lewis Cine. He hasn't played a lot of football. He was a first-round pick. He has the name, but I believe he's only played in 10 NFL games. Tristan McCollum is probably a third or a fourth safety, probably a fourth safety. Andre Sam's a player who is entering his second season. The Eagles are happy with his progress, but again, he's going to have to fight to make the roster. So you see the trend here. There's a lot of inexperience and unknown variables. So I think that it would serve the Eagles well to go out there and add someone like a Justin Simmons. But even still, I like Makuba as an early impact player. And him and Campbell, I think, are going to make their presence felt fairly early in their Eagles careers.
All right, Andrew, as you guys were going through this on the air, I'm assuming it's very difficult to kind of look at here in the third round. They did nothing. So you're waiting, and they're moving, and the next thing you know, they don't make a pick in the third round. But on Saturday, they get the opportunity to draft somebody, and they take Ty Robinson. So did you have a guy in the third round that you were like, I probably would have stayed there and taken someone, or did you like what they ended up with after all the moves?
Yeah, I can't fault the Eagles for trading back, and if I'm trying to think through the lens of how they were probably going through it, it's that they didn't view it as a big discrepancy in talent from the late 3 to early 4, where they would then be picking, and they still got a defensive tackle that they could have gotten Ty Robinson at 94. They could have gotten him at 101 in all likelihood, and they got a player who I believe can fit in and help in a rotation. Now, is he going to suddenly step in and take on the snaps that were previously undertaken by Milton Williams? I don't think so. But I think that he can give you the 37, 38, 40% snap share that Moro Ojomo gave them last year, while Ojomo had season uptick in snaps. But I see him as a rotational piece that plays with power and violence, can help against the run, is a pocket pusher, and I really do think that you're going to see his energy and impact felt pretty early, because he does have a very refined skill set.
Yeah, he'll be an interesting guy to keep an eye on there. An older guy who's been around, played, 5 years at Nebraska because of the COVID year. So Ty Robinson's one that a lot of people seem to like. Then you get into this little run here in the fifth round. Smile Mondin, Mac McWilliams, Drew Kendall. You got, before we get to Kendall, because there's a run of 4 straight offensive players. Mac McWilliams, underrated player. Smile's another guy who I think very, very talented, productive college player. Either one of those guys stand out to you as a guy that can contribute?
Well, Mac McWilliams, as a side note, might end up being my rookie diary subject for the 2025 season. But I like his ability to have inside-outside versatility. He does have shorter arms. I think they're around the 29-inch, which is a 29-inch mark, which is a little bit tough to play outside corner at a high level or in a extended capacity at the pro level. So I think his role will probably be on special teams and also as a backup nickel. Let's not forget the Eagles lost Devontae Maddox and don't really have an obvious choice as a backup nickel on the roster behind Cooper DeJean. I think he's going to have a role, be a critical piece on special teams, and then also fill in a depth role in the backfield.
All right, Andrew DiCecco.
And then Mondin, that's right. You asked me about Mondin. He's a player that I like at 6'2", 224 pounds, 3-year starter. You love that. Smart and tough, and he does have some leadership qualities that kind of remind me of Nakobe Dean. I think he might be able to help you situationally next year because of how much football he's played at a high level in college. And then also on special teams as well, of course.
And you mentioned Dean. I mean, there's no guarantee that he's back ready to go. So, I mean, this could be a guy who maybe his name is more prevalent come training camp than we think when we heard it on Saturday afternoon when they call it. Let's look at that run of 4 straight offensive players: Kendall, McCord, Hinton, and Williams. Kendall and Hinton, fathers both played in the NFL. Those guys had some valuable depth there. A lot of people like Cameron Williams. And then obviously you had a quarterback, which this team just likes to kind of do here. But they were the 4 offensive players there. What stands out about that group?
Well, I like what Howie Roseman did. His approach on day 3 is what I believe every general manager, if you're in that position, should strive for, and that is to swing for those high upside players and take those late round flyers that have some intriguing qualities and maybe not go for the safe choice. But for the Eagles, and they have a very rich crop of assistant coaches that are keen on development. So I like a lot of those guys for how they fit. But Drew Kendall, to me, Mike, is a pick that I really liked on day 3. He's the center guard, but he's primarily a center, which the Eagles did not have a pure backup center behind Cam Jurgens, and they had to move over Landon Dickerson from left guard to center in the middle of the game. And now you weaken 2 spots. I think that if Kendall's able to stick, and they tried this last year with Dylan McMahon, it didn't quite work out. I think that that's going to be a really sound selection. And I've gotten some folks that ask me if he translates as a guard, and would he be a viable contender to really challenge Tyler Steen or Kenyon Green. I'm not there yet. We haven't seen him take a snap at the pro level, so I don't know how I could jump to that conclusion. I don't like to kind of speculate like that. We'll have to wait and see how it goes, but that's a really good selection there in the 5th round.
Yeah, I did see some of that as well, wondering if he or one of the other two could kind of shift over and play guard and be a part of that guard, competition, if you will, in training camp there. Both those guys are listed as tackles, Hinton and Williams, and Kendall as more of a center, but could they all be in the mix at right guard come training camp? That will be a story to watch as well. And then, of course, in the final round there, you get a highly productive player in Powell Ryland. I mean, you get a guy with 25 and a half sacks. We were talking about this earlier in the week, Andrew. They've drafted like Teron Jackson and Patrick Johnson. Like, those guys are athletic players, but not nearly as productive as Antoine Powell Ryland, who played at, in the ACC, a little bit bigger competition than some of those guys. Is he a guy that could surprise, or, hey, you'd be surprised if he makes an impact?
That was another player that I really, really liked that selection. And you know how every draft cycle I tend to put out, quote unquote, my guys. The Eagles drafted 2 of them in Drew Makuba and Antoine Powell Ryland. And I liked it. He has some twitchiness to him. He's a pure pass rusher. He does give up a little bit against the run, but you have to wonder why a player that productive, 25 and a half sacks combined for the past 2 seasons. He's a finisher, 6 forced fumbles over that same span. So when he gets after the quarterback, he looks to seal the deal and finish it and force a turnover. But he does have, I guess, shorter arms and more of a compact build. And I think he's a little bit older. He might be 23 and some change. So that may be a deterrent for some teams when you're assessing the long-term future of those prospects. But as a pure pass rusher, if he's able to show anything in training camp that he has developmental traits or can even help you on special teams, I have to think that he has a good chance of making the 53, certainly the practice squad. But this is a little bit more stiffer competition than he's used to. He's going to have to edge out maybe a Josh Uche or a Bryce Huff for a spot on the 53.
All right, there's Andrew's breakdown of what the Eagles did on draft night. Anything at the end of the draft that you were surprised they didn't address?
Tight end would be a big one for me. I know that Mason Taylor went early on day 2, so realistically the Eagles would have had to have given up a lot to get him. But my understanding was that they did like the player. There was a big drop-off beyond Mason Taylor, and I think that whether or not Dallas Goedert's on the roster this year or not, they still need to add to that tight end position and get a player in that they can develop for the future. And I thought that knowing that they had so much ammunition this year and next year, it would have made sense to be aggressive and go up and get that tight end. They did not, and that's the way that it went. And I was also curious to see that they went the Makuba route over maybe a Xavier Watts at safety, the safety from Notre Dame who went later. But really, I mean, Xavier Watts was widely viewed as probably the 3rd best safety in this class, depending on who you ask. Makuba was my 4th rated safety, but based on fit, I guess it really shouldn't be that surprising that they went Makuba and instead of the more decorated player in Watts.
Well, there's a lot of stuff here. Now, I mean, that tight end spot is obviously something we're going to be keeping an eye on, but after this draft is over now, which position are you most intrigued by when you get to training camp?
Cornerback. And That's a position that I was a little bit shocked that they didn't address it on day 2. I guess when you look at what moving out of the 3rd round, was there something I was surprised at? Yeah, I guess that you didn't go corner in the 2nd or 3rd round. But I'm curious because Keely Ringo now is entering his 3rd season. He's a young player. The Eagles seem to like him a little bit, and I want to see with that year of working in fixed defense with Christian Parker, the defensive backs coach, with Roy Anderson, the cornerbacks coach, if he has some more refinement to his game, if he's a little bit more technically sound, because last summer he got a little grabby. He seemed to bail on his technique, but you can't dispute the athleticism that he has and the length that he has, and he's going up against a veteran in Dory Jackson. They didn't address that position as of now, except for Mac McWilliams. So for now, it's going to be those two guys going head-to-head, and I'm curious to see how that pans out.
All right, so you like that corner battle there. What about the edge rusher there? Do they have enough with what they have here? You got Hunt, you got Huff, you got Ojulari, you got Uche. Is that enough for your liking at that spot?
Well, as I always say, depth is not about the amount of players at one position. It's about the quality. We'll have to find out if they have the quality there. But right now, I think that it's going to be an interesting battle to see who's able to kind of elbow one another out for that 4th or 5th spot. I think they have done enough there. I'm a big Jalen Hunt guy. I know that I heard you and Jeff talking yesterday, and you're a little bit on the fence about Jalen Hunt, his ability to make that leap forward, which I can understand. But when I look at where he was from last summer to middle of the season to the Super Bowl, playing meaningful snaps, I think that his progression in just that amount of time suggests that the arrow is trending up for him, and the best is certainly yet to come. So I like him. I like Nolan Smith this year. And Azeez Ojulari was the best, and in my opinion at least, of the one-year prove-it deal signings. So I like him maybe as that 3rd edge rusher. And then we'll have to wait and see. Uche or Josh or Bryce Huff, we'll have to see which one of those guys pans out. I'm not ready to close the book on Bryce Huff just yet. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer for the light to come on for some of those guys.
Yeah, that one will be interesting. I agree. No, Hunt, to me, I just think it's such a wild card. I mean, I don't know what to expect from him. Highly impressed. I thought he was way bigger of an impact than anybody anticipated he would be as a rookie last year. So I'm really intrigued by what he brings in year 2. I'm also intrigued, Andrew, of what Nolan Smith brings in year 3. He was a nothing burger as a rookie. Last year he was quiet for half the year, and then he really came on. So what is he in your mind in year 3?
I think he's a double-digit sack guy. Okay. I really do. I think sometimes when you have to get your feet wet. You have to get snaps under your belt, and then you start to build that confidence. He started to have a much more varied pass rush attack, and he's playing more physically against the run. He's just playing like a more confident player. And when you have the season that you have and you close it out the way that he did, being a complete menace in the postseason, I think that's going to carry over. And now he's going to slowly become the player who the Eagles envisioned when he somehow slipped to the back end of the 1st round a couple of years ago. So, yeah, I have high hopes for him. I think he's going to be a double-digit sack guy.
All right, Andrew, we'll get you out on this over at InsideTheBirds.com. The Eagles picked up the 5th-round option on Jordan Davis. He's such a interesting guy. I mean, they traded up to get him. He was a 1st-round pick. How he fits into this defense and, what his kind of, impact is he doesn't fill up the stat sheet, but how important is he to this defense?
Yeah, stats can sometimes be deceiving because he does play a key role in occupying blockers. He's a space eater, and he frees up defensive linemen like Jalen Carter or like Milton Williams or whomever in the past to get after the quarterback. But he also keeps those linebackers in that second level clean and free to roam and make plays against ball carriers or in coverage. So he does serve a vital role. Now, 37% of the snaps he played last year, he's never played more than 45%. The Eagles it's sort of a projection here that he is trending upwards, and he did have a sack in the NFC title game and the Super Bowl. So while he's never going to be a 5-sack-a-season guy probably, he does have some qualities that I think the Eagles are intrigued with, and been a little bit of a slow burn, but I think that they're banking on him starting to hit his stride here. But so he does a lot for that defense, and it wasn't really surprising to see that them exercise his option.
Well, the draft came and went. Andrew DiCecco was all over it, and there's your breakdown here on Football at 4 on the Sports Bash. You can catch more of his coverage of the NFL draft, thoughts, and the Eagles offseason moving forward. They'll have rookie mini camps talking to, I think the rookies are talking tomorrow, actually.
Yeah.
Yep, and Andrew will be all over that, I'm sure, over at InsideTheBirds.com. All right, man, I'll see you soon.
Sounds good. Thanks.
All right, there's Andrew DiCecco, a reporter, of course, for Inside the Birds, their content producer over there, and, of course, right here on Football at 4 on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. So there you go. You got all Andrew's takes on the draft, the roster decisions. There's so much more Eagles. You know, I when we talked about that trade possibility that Roseman kind of confirmed that they were moving up, he said DiCecco thinks that they would go up to 22 to take Campbell. And I'll tell you what, that's a look. If you have him top 10, and Andrew said he had him top 10 on his board too. That's a lot of steps to go up 32 to 22 to go get this player. If they would have had to give up what they had to do, give up to go 10 spots up and get this player instead of staying with where they were, how would the reaction have been the next day?
It would have been wild because I think a lot of people, if they weren't paying attention, maybe they would not have looked at it the same way. Because it almost feels like, oh, you got him at the back of the first round. What a steal. Whereas if you trade up at 22, people would have been like, you traded up at 22 for a linebacker who's injured?
All right, we got Nuggets on the way. Nick's Nuggets are on the way here with Nick Earnshaw. Stick around and see what Nuggets has on his mind today. Last night, Nuggets asked Rob Thompson a key question about the lineup. That's next. This is the Sports Bash. All right, 428 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Rob Thompson moments ago talking to the media acknowledged that the Phillies are going to have a tough decision to make when it is time to bring Ranger Suarez up. Somebody has to go. Who's it going to be? We'll see. Nick Earnshaw is back for another edition of Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The Nuggets are brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. He is the producer of The Locker Room and the host of the Shift podcast. You can check that out on all podcasting platforms. And he joins me now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN here on this Thursday edition of the Sports Bashes. The Nuggets are here. We have a lot to discuss. I don't see the Nuggets, so there he is. The Nuggets is in my screen, and all the people watching on the YouTube channel and on the X platform can see the Nuggets smiling away as the Phillies win last night.
Oh, yeah, Mike. Nice to talk to you today. It was a nice win for the Phillies, a comfortable win, not a crazy win in the ninth inning like the other night. A nice, comfortable win for the Fightins last night. And, you ask, I deliver. And, we had to ask Rob Thompson about the Stott stuff because he had 2 hits again yesterday, Mike. In that spot, he's batting around 300 in the leadoff spot, just under 70 plate appearances. Leading off for the Phillies this year. But, Mike, I had to ask him, and we talked about it on the Nuggets yesterday. Do we think that he is going to get more opportunities against left-handed pitching? And he then said this.
Hold on a second. My trusty producer is not in the room. I don't know where he went. So you're getting me. You want me to get the Thompson bite? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, correct. Correct. From yesterday.
I don't know where he went. He left the room. He never came back. I didn't know you had sound ready for this segment.
I texted him, but it's all good. It's all good.
Hold on a second. I think I can find it. I think I got it.
Well, I'll go on at this. I put a poll out today. Okay. Mike Gill, and it was regarding Bryson Stott in the leadoff spot. And we asked, should Bryson Stott be the full-time leadoff hitter? And majority of the vote, 85%, is saying, yes, he should be the full-time leadoff hitter, Mike Gill. What do we say to that?
All right, hold on a second. I think I got it. Here it is. Is this what bite am I? Here's Josh just came back in the room, all casually, as if we weren't all waiting for him, right? We're all doing our jobs over here. You must be the other guy. What movie's that from? You know that movie reference?
I totally don't know that movie reference.
The Departed. Come on. The Departed. All right, here's what Rob Thompson told Nick Earnshaw last night.
Is there a chance he's going to get more opportunities against left-handed pitching in that role?
I think so, but I still want to keep Sosa going, and Wilson and those bench guys. But he's swinging the bat great, and he's getting on base. Rojas is swinging the bat great. I was trying to get Stevenson in there, but it's tough to get him in right now because Rojas is so hot.
All right, so you asked the question.
Yes.
He gave you the answer. It was, yeah, I think so, but I still want to get Sosa in there. So here's the interesting part. The Phillies' next left-hander they face is on a Sunday, which is normally a day off for people.
Yeah.
So I don't think we get the answer to this question directly on Sunday because I think Sosa will be in the lineup today. Now, I got the lineup exactly right today. I told Josh before the show or during the show, I said I think Marchand, he's in the lineup tonight. Today would be the day I think the analytics would say it's Marchand's day. So
yeah.
Marchand, when the lineup came out, bang, he was in the lineup. But Stott back at the top, I hear what Thompson tells you last night. I think so. He'll get chances against lefties, but he wasn't ready to commit.
No, he wasn't ready to commit at all. And then he throws in Cal Stevenson at the end. I'm like, all right, we don't need to get Cal Stevenson in the lineup. Let's relax on the Cal Stevenson stuff. I think he's going to be the guy they send down when Ranger comes back up on Sunday.
Oh, that's interesting. So Stevenson, you think, is the guy because now they're also going to have a guy when Marsh comes up.
Right. Yeah, I think Stevenson you're going to have to send down, and then maybe it could be simultaneous.
Obviously going to go down when Marsh is ready.
Yes.
You think he's going to when Ranger comes up on Sunday,
what do you send down?
One of those pitchers is going to have to go.
Don't they keep less pitchers than most people, though, on the roster, in the bullpen? So I think Cal Stevenson could be expendable at this point.
Well, keep in mind, okay, fine. Cal Stevenson goes. Marsh is going to be back this week.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like, but Stevenson's going to be gone no matter what. So I don't know how tough of a decision that is.
No,
so
the
maybe
Stevenson
you send him down
decision's
first.
easy. It's the pitcher, and he referenced that today. He just got asked that a couple minutes ago about whether or not which pitcher's going to go, and he's like, well, they both pitched really well last night, and hey, it's a tough decision, but we'll figure it all out. So yeah, one of those guys is going to go. It's either Ruiz or Carlos Hernandez, I would imagine, or one of the guys that are gone.
Yeah, I would think so too. But yeah, it's very interesting that they don't want to commit to a leadoff guy so far, and they kind of still want to platoon Stott a little bit and get Sosa in the lineup. I mean, Stott's hitting really well right now, and you would want him to get regular at bat. I know the lefty-righty thing, but he seems comfortable in that leadoff spot. And you guys talked about it at the top of the show. He's seeing a lot of pitches. I know that you guys said, what was it, 7? He averages 7 pitches per at bat. Like, that's how many pitches he sees. That's solid for leadoff hitter. You know me. I would always prefer Schwarber because they win games. But with the way the lineup's constructed, you might have to get a little creative, and Stott's kind of helped out in that role instead of Turner.
Listen, it's obviously been a little bit of a rejuvenation for Stott here. We had Dave Gallagher on last hour, or the 3 o'clock hour, last hour, and he talked about how the way he takes pitches and his approach has changed as the leadoff guy, and he thinks him hitting lower in the lineup last year that maybe he was trying to be more of a run producer, power guy, and not suiting him. And he also mentioned that how many pitches that he has been taking not only helps him out, it helps the rest of the guys get a look at the pitcher as well. So he likes Stott in the lineup at the top, in the leadoff spot in the lineup too. The question is, I think he's there for the foreseeable future. The question will be, if there's a left-handed pitcher in the middle of the week, does he bat leadoff against that guy, or does it strictly Sosa? Because last night he said to you, I think so, but I'm still trying to get Sosa some run. So it doesn't sound like he's ready to say, Stott's our leadoff guy 100%. That's not happening yet.
He was non-committal. And when you talked to Gallagher earlier, he even said, like, yeah, he as a manager, you want to keep those guys fresh when they're coming off the bench instead of really cold and still give them some opportunities in the field. I don't know. I just think if you let Stott go and he now has this different approach, like you guys talked about in that leadoff spot, why not give him a chance against lefties to see it every day? Because this back and forth stuff, I mean, it really hasn't done much for you. You're right around the same as you've been the past couple years.
Yeah, I don't like the Edmundo Sosa thing. He's saying, hey, I want to get him some run too. I understand that. I mean, they're trying to. Last night I hit for Bohm.
Yeah.
So I would imagine if Bohm doesn't get himself going, now Bohm's been going a little bit better here, but still, if Bohm doesn't get closer to where he was last year, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw a little bit more Sosa every now and then get a run at third base. What we haven't seen from Sosa is any outfield. He hasn't played the outfield since we saw him the first time, and maybe they saw enough to say maybe he's not ready for the outfield.
Yeah, I don't think he is. Based on that performance, I know he had the great catch and everything, but it just doesn't seem like a fit. It's just not a natural fit, it feels like, for Edmundo Sosa. Like, the instincts don't seem to be there for the outfield. Infield, fantastic. Field and ground balls, he's good to go. Outfield had the miscommunication with Rojas. I don't need to see Edmundo out in the outfield. I think that experiment came and went. I'm out on that. So that's where we leave that. I'm done. I don't think it's natural.
Well, I mean, with Weston Wilson back, you don't need him out there as much. I mean, and then Rojas, I don't know. Are we ready to say that Rojas has kind of won that center field spot, or is Marsh coming back to platoon? Because right now, the platoon guy, Marsh, gets more playing time because he's left-handed, so he faces right-handed pitching 75% of the time, 25% of the time for the other guy, about somewhere in that range. But would you rather more Rojas than Marsh? I would.
Oh, I'd 100% leave Rojas in the lineup. He looks fine. He's fine out there. Now, I will say this. Late in the game yesterday, he tried getting a bunt down again. We have to stop, as a society, allowing Johan Rojas to square up the bunt. I can't watch him bunt anymore. He's hitting great. Like, he has been great at the dish. Fine. I can't watch him do it, Mike. I cannot watch him bunt. He can't bunt. I've never seen anyone so unskilled at bunting. When you're that fast, you're a center fielder, and you've had 3 years to work on it in the major leagues, and you still can't do it. I have never seen anyone so bad at bunting. They can't let him square to bunt anymore. I don't care how much he practices. It's been 3 years. He can't bunt. Just stop. But I do want to keep him in the lineup. He has been hitting well. Defensively, he'll be fine out there. Just enough of the bunting. I can't take that anymore.
Well, I think he's got to at least keep trying to do it in game situations because to get the best value out of him, he needs to learn that skill.
It's been 3 years. Mike, it's been 3 years. He still can't bunt.
3 years, but his first 2 years, he didn't even try. So yes, he's been around for 3 years, but he didn't really try to bunt in either. And people were saying, why don't you just have him bunt? He never
but they sent him down to AAA to bunt. And he didn't bunt. He still couldn't do it.
In a game against Washington when you're up 7-2, if he wants to lay a bunt down, you're going to need him to learn how to bunt. You can't just say, don't bunt. You're in the 9-hole with that speed. Figure it out.
I don't know. It's not that hard. Bunting's not that hard. You just stick the bat out and move it up and down, side to side.
You gotta want to bunt. You gotta want to do it.
And I don't think
know
he
that
wants
Rojas,
to.
and I don't think he wants to.
I don't think he wants to bunt. It's just enough of that. I can't take him bunting anymore. And I don't think anyone in the Delaware Valley wants him bunting anymore because I can't take it. All right, nugget number 2. Let's move on to Ranger. And I want to pose a question, not for right now, because this has come up a couple of times. The 6-man rotation thing. We talked about it last year at times, and we're going to bring it up again this year because of all the starting pitching they do have with Taijuan Walker, Andrew Painter waiting in the wings. They're not going to go to a 6-man rotation right now. That's not going to happen. But in August, if they like what Painter's doing, and he's pitched well, I think that you might have to go to that 6-man rotation. Now, what are you going to do with Painter? That's the question. Could Ranger go to the bullpen? He's the best suited to do that. I don't know if you want a young pitcher coming out of the bullpen.
Well, here's what Rangers said about that moments ago.
Obviously, it's going to depend on the context. That's a tough one, but I obviously want to be in the rotation all the time. I want to be starting pitching like a starter all the time. But if it's for the team's sake, if it's to win something, if it's to get the World Series, then I'm willing to do anything.
All right, so he says, I'm willing to do anything, but I obviously want to be in the rotations, which means, hey, you're in the rotation, and then come playoff time, we probably need you back in the bullpen. Or what happens when Painter comes up? I think, I don't know if you saw the conversation we had earlier with Cedric Mullins. So the betting odds to land Mullins, the Phillies had the best odds out of every team, to which I pitched, Baltimore needs a pitcher, Philly needs something. I don't know that Cedric Mullins is the right guy. Would you do a Suarez for Mullins swap? 2 free agents. They need a pitcher. The problem is I don't know that Cedric Mullins fixes your problem. He's another left-handed bat.
Yeah, because that was a name I think I texted you, a couple of weeks ago about Mullins. It could be a guy to look out for because of the expiring contract.
He's a free agent. So is Ranger. They need pitching. You need something. I don't know that Cedric Mullins is what you need, though.
Yeah, listen. He had a good start to the year. Fine, but you do bring up a good point. Him being a lefty, it would give them some stability in the outfield, though. That's what it would give them. So you have Mullins and then Kepler in left. Kepler's starting to heat up a little bit. Center field, you have Mullins, and then Rojas come off the bench.
Problem with that is twofold. One, he's left-handed. Two, he bats leadoff. So does he go right into the leadoff spot, and then now you are moving Stott, another left-hander, back into the lineup, and maybe he's not to me, it's just a clunky fit. And Suarez just seems to me that he's just a better weapon for you. Now, that doesn't mean that Suarez would not be a trade chip for a different trade.
No, and we've talked about Ranger being the trade chip this year with him signing Boris as his agent, being on the last year of his deal. He wants to start. They have Painter waiting in the wings. They go out and get Luzardo. They sign Christopher Sanchez. But listen, Luzardo's a lefty. They went out and traded for him. Christopher Sanchez, they paid him as a lefty. Ranger's kind of the odd man out here. And I think he's a guy you can move at the deadline. Mullins, in theory, that's not a bad trade. I mean, obviously there might be a kicker in there somewhere, maybe a prospect. But I think that in theory, that's not a bad trade. The only thing that would make that more perfect is if Mullins was right-handed.
Well,
That would make it perfect.
He used to be a switch hitter. He
Yeah.
stopped switch hitting, and now he only bats left-handed. Now, he is hitting .333 against lefties this year, but he is a career .233 hitter, not good enough against lefties. For me, that trade is not good enough for me. I'm keeping Ranger and hoping that I get a better deal someplace else.
You know what you should do? If you do that trade, ask for Sir Anthony back. That's what you should do.
I said that earlier.
That's what you should do.
We'll give you Marsh and Ranger for Mullins and Sir Anthony. But
yes, I think that's the trade. That's the trade right there. Listen, I know it's a lot. It's a left-handed bat. I get it, but it gives him a little stability. He can hit. He's a veteran. I'll take that. That's not bad. That's a
listen, a
little bit of value for Ranger Suarez. However,
yeah, I would.
I do want to say this though. I do want to say this. Would you let Ranger stay in the rotation if you bring up Painter?
No. How are you going to do that? That's the problem. Then you're back to the 6 man. The only thing would be for the months of like August and September, if you want to cut back on their innings and you went to a 6-man rotation. They did that a couple of years ago.
Well, that's the theory here, because if you bring up Painter, they like what they see from Painter. They let him pitch down in the minor leagues for a while. You get him up August, September. You limit the innings of Wheeler, Nola, Luzardo, and Sanchez. I think that's an option that you could utilize down the road.
That is going to be the next, Thompson said a little while ago, we're going to have a decision to make here. When Ranger comes up, you have
Walker in that mix too.
When Ranger comes up, Walker's going to go to the bullpen, and then one of those bullpen arms is going to have to go to the minors. The next decision will be when Painter comes up, now what?
Yeah, because you can't send down Taijuan Walker. That can't happen. You're probably gonna. That's probably around trade deadline time where they're gonna make all of those decisions. It might be a culmination of decision making around the deadline, who they move off of, etc. Could you move off Marsh too, Ranger, etc. Because remember, we have to also remember Ranger might not be here past the deadline, so you might not have to worry about that problem. So they might be all in play.
Ranger is obviously the best trade piece they have because he is a free agent at the end of the year, and you have a plethora of starting arms. So he's not something that you have to have. Now, injury could change that, but as of now, he's a luxury for you. So he now becomes your best trade chip. Now, nobody wants Brandon Marsh. I mean, he doesn't have – can Brandon Marsh give you a seventh-inning right-hander, a lower leverage right-handed pitcher like Sir Anthony Dominguez was last year? I mean, you traded Sir Anthony Dominguez for Austin Hayes. You could make the argument that Brandon Marsh is essentially what Austin Hayes was last year, just a platoon-level outfielder.
Yeah, that's going to be fascinating. Now we're into May. This is when it starts getting a little bit more real. Into May, you're going to see what if these guys could turn it around. It's going to be fascinating, especially when Ranger comes up this weekend. You get to see him pitch. It'll be fun. All right,
let's answer this text real fast. All right. For John and K. May, he says the Phillies could just trade Painter, and that would answer that, and they could get their answers that way. John, there is 0.0% chance they're trading Andrew Painter.
No way. They're not trading Painter. That is not happening. They love this guy. They think he's going to be an absolute stud.
Now, real quick, Cedric Mullins has hit leadoff this year in 12 games. He has batted fifth 8 times. So he has bounced around their lineup. He doesn't hit leadoff all the time for them, but that's where he's hit the most for them is leadoff.
Well, listen.
So theoretically, you could say, hey, we're going to keep Stott in the one spot, and we'll move Cedric Mullins to 5 or 6 or have him down, in the bottom half of the order.
It's a real possibility. You can leave Stott up there. But remember, they keep changing this top of the lineup anyway. Schwarber's still hitting at times. Turner hits at times. Stott's been getting a lot of the run lately. But, I mean, they've been changing it all over the place.
Matt and Kate May says, guys, the Phillies can get way more for Ranger if they just wait. Mullins is not the answers. The Phillies do not need another left-handed bat. You are right, Matt. I think we're both out on the Mullins for Ranger head straight-up swap.
No, it's not enough. That Mullins is not enough if they were to do that, and it creates that left-handed problem that you already have. Now, if he were right-handed, okay, I got to consider it. I consider it at that point.
Correct. If he was right, if Cedric Mullins was right-handed with the same numbers, then you would say, yes, you would make that move.
It's a shame he didn't hit well from both sides. It's a shame. It's a shame. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 3. Before I get out of here, how we talked today a little bit and just heading into this year, and we've talked about the defense. I'm going to pose this question out there. Do we trust Vic Fangio to develop players again, and should we worry about a really slow start because of all of the young players on defense?
There's an article at ESPN.com right now that's kind of interesting about the Eagles, and it says how the Eagles have a ton of talent. They're young, they're talented, and they're inexpensive. And that is the one thing that you might have to deal with the growing pains of young talent and inexpensive, which means you don't have a lot of veteran players on that side of the ball. Jalen Carter, probably your best player, is in his 3rd year. You're looking at Zach Bond, who's only played that position now for 2 years. He's one of the more veteran players on that team. Cooper, 2nd year. Quignon, 2nd year. Jalen Hunt, 2nd year. Nolan Smith, 3rd year. Nakobe, 3rd year. Ringo, I think, is in his 3rd year. You got a lot of young players. So how did you phrase about Vic Fangio?
Do we trust Vic Fangio to develop these players quickly again, and should we worry about a slow start?
I think you trust that he can develop the players, and this is why. Because I think he has a say to Roseman on which guys he wants to fit his system. I think he proved to Howie, hey, let me get some of my guys that I think will work in my system. And I think Howie said, okay, after Zach Bond last year and saying, we'll move you to middle linebacker, that gave him some cred to say, hey, these are what I want to do with this particular player or that particular player. Now, Roseman might say, hey, we got this guy ranked top 10 on our board. What do you think? And he might say, yep, I know what to do with that guy. So I do think that I can trust to say, because I think he has a voice in it rather than Roseman just saying, here's the guys that we're giving you. Good luck.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you could trust them, but I think there's going to be those growing pains, especially early on in the season. We saw that a little bit last year, and I think you're going to see that at times this year because you lost a lot of those veterans, right? You lost the Slays, you lost the CJ GJs of the world on the defensive side. Nakobe Dean is not going to be there probably to start the season. So you have a lot of young voices. You do have Bond there. You do have a little bit of experience, but it's so young. I think you're going to see maybe a slow start from the defense, but they could turn it on as the season progresses.
I do think that there's a lot of questions that need to be answered in training camp.
Yeah,
for sure. Right?
I agree. I think the defense will be fine, but I think they did take a little bit of a step back on the defensive side, but overall, I think they'll be okay this year.
Now, DiCecco said the battle he is most looking forward to at training camp is cornerback. Which one would be yours?
Oh, man, at this point, I think I would probably go Ringo. Ringo is probably my favorite to start.
No. Which battle?
Oh, I thought you meant at corner.
No. He said his favorite battle at training camp will be the cornerback battle. Which one will be the one that
I think safety. I think safety. I think safety is going to be really interesting. That's one I'm going to be watching for.
We got safety. You got right guard.
Yep.
Edge rusher.
Edge is going to be fun.
Yeah,
what's Jalix Hunt going to do? I think Jalix Hunt they're going to give a lot of opportunity to.
Yeah, the edge rusher spot, I like Ojulari. I think he will be the guy. He will be the guy at the end of the year that was, wow, they got this guy Ojulari from the Giants because the Giants just keep giving us players.
Yeah, and he'll have like one good Bradbury year. That could be it.
That's right. All right, there's the Nuggets for today. Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast, and he is the producer of The Locker Room, and his Nuggets are brought to you by the Hub gear that works as hard as you do. All right, Nuggets, good job, man.
All right, see you, Mike Gill.
All right, he's back tomorrow with more Nuggets here on the Sports Bass Live on 97.3 ESPN. For those of you watching on the YouTube channel, on the X platform, you see the Phillies lineup scrolling at the bottom of the screen. The only change tonight is Marshawn is catching. He is in the lineup tonight. No Real Muto. And everything else is the same. Everybody just moves up one spot. And Marshawn goes to the 9-hole, and Rojas is hitting 8th. Bohm was back in the lineup. No Sosa in the lineup tonight. So that's your Phillies lineup here on the Sports Bash. All right, we're going to get into some more stuff next hour. An interesting Sixers proposition and some more thoughts on this Phillies team as the first month of the season is officially over. We're in the month of May. Thoughts next. All right, 5 o'clock, driving you home on this Thursday. What's up, everybody? Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. If you missed Dave Gallagher, he was really good back in the 3 o'clock hour. Check that out. DiCecco on football at 4. Get his thoughts on the NFL draft. We're going to go around the horn right now in this 5 o'clock hour with a whole bunch of stuff. Phillies heating up. Got game 3 of that Phillies National Series tonight. Ranger Suarez speaking just moments ago about possibly pitching in the bullpen. We got all that and more this hour on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Phillies lineup is out. Pretty much the same as last night. Boma's back. Sosa's out. And Marchand's in for Real Muto in the 9-hole tonight. So the Phillies lineup essentially the same as last night as they try to sweep the series against the Washington Nationals. They've pounded the Nationals the last couple of years. All right, let's get into everything that is happening right now this hour on the Sports Bash Live. Ryan Rothstein is back for Rye or Sigh. What are some of the topics we might be sighing about today? Let's hit them hard.
Let's do it, brother. Let's do it. So a lot to get to. I want to start with actually something we talked a little bit about earlier. I want to lead with this because I thought it was an interesting conversation where you proposed to me a possible trade, which actually involves one Ranger Suarez. He's coming back. It's official. Can't wait for Sunday. Obviously, we have recent audio of him talking as well today. But would you trade Ranger Suarez for center fielder Cedric Mullins? I sided this. I sided this entire proposal because, for me, okay, great. You upgrade center field. That's all well and good, but the bullpen is the priority. Like if the Phillies start making moves that don't involve a significant upgrade to the pen, now I sigh at that.
Oh, I'm out on the deal. I don't like the deal either. This was the genesis of the conversation was an email that I got today from Bet Maryland, who basically is a betting service in the state of Maryland, and the Orioles are getting off to a bad start. So I think they are putting betting odds out on the Orioles trading their 30-year-old player. And the top team on that list was Philadelphia, plus 750, to which I said, does that trade make sense? Well, yeah. I was just trying to think of a way that this deal made. Now, I don't know what they're looking for. He is a pretty good player. He was an all-star 4 years ago. He's their starting center fielder. He generally hits leadoff for them. What are they looking for? Are they looking for a low-level prospect, a mid-level prospect, a current player? This is a team in Baltimore that's won over 100 games. They won the division last year. I can't imagine they're bailing on this season already, but they have no pitching. I mean, I'm available for them, and they probably would sign me at this point. They're pitching Zach Eflin and Kyle Gibson right now. I mean, they are really struggling. So I think if they're looking at a way to improve, they need some pitching. All right, Ranger Suarez gives them a top of the rotation. For them, it would be a top of the rotation guy. In Philly, he's the 5 guy. So, hey, we'll take Ranger. We'll give you Mullins. The problem with Mullins for Philly is he's left-handed. So if Cedric Mullins is right-handed, he probably is a fit for this team. But as a left-handed player, I sigh at that trade.
Yeah, or we're on the same page, and it's just it doesn't make sense. I know it's free agent, but if I'm the Orioles, I'm at least looking for something. I would think. I don't know. I would assume that they would ideally look for someone or something where it's like, okay, this guy isn't going to walk. After this season, right? Like, we have this guy that's going to walk. Let's try and upgrade that and have.
They have the same problem with Mullins, though. He's a free agent as well. So if they're saying he's going to walk, we'll take a guy who's going to walk but can help us more than he can. They have no pitching.
Yeah. I guess it's an upgrade and it makes sense for them. But I don't know. It just seems like that maybe they would want a prospect or someone like, okay, we have someone long term now, like for the short term and the long term, but. I don't know. I think that's a little bit of a crazy odds proposal from them. I think from an outsider's perspective, it makes sense, right?
Listen, I could be way off base on what the return for Mullins would be. Maybe they take a low level, or a double-A. The Phillies just don't have a lot of attractive guys at the middle level. They traded a guy today, a 20-year-old kid, in exchange for – I thought this trade was kind of interesting, okay?
Yeah.
They trade a 20-year-old kid who obviously has way more upside than a 30-year-old guy who's been a career minor leaguer but happens to throw right-handed and is a bullpen guy. This guy has pitched four total games in the majors, but he has been a very successful minor league pitcher, but he's 30 years old. So the Phillies saying, hey, man, we are so desperate for right-handed pitching, we will give you a low-level prospect, but a 20-year-old kid that maybe blossoms into something, and we'll take this 30-year-old guy because we are that desperate for a right-handed arm.
For anyone that missed our segment yesterday, I mean, I was clamoring and screaming from the rooftops, MG, like, this team needs to do something. They need to add to the bullpen. I don't care to what nth degree. Just show us that you acknowledge and you see what we all see, and show some urgency if you're Dombrowski in this front office. And boom, just less than a day later, they did exactly that. So I do give them credit, because yesterday I was complaining and I was sighing at the lack of urgency that they've been showing this early on, and they addressed that right away today. So I do like that.
Your Rye or Sigh complaint is the basis of them trading for, I don't even know what the guy's name was today. What's the guy's name today? Do you remember?
I don't know if I'm insinuating they listened to me, but yeah, we can go with that.
What's the guy's name? He was with
yeah, I forget. I just had it too.
He was with the Texas Rangers organization. Daniel Robert is his name.
Yeah, a forgettable name. Hopefully,
he is a fastball slider guy, 2-pitch pitcher in the bullpen. Go figure.
Okay, yeah, of course he is. Hopefully he can provide something. But I like it, right? I mean, just to show that, okay, we're trying, right? Like, let's go and try and bring in some extra arms.
I think what it says is we are desperate for a right-handed arm, and if these guys that we have, Kerkering, Romano, Ruiz, and Hernandez. Now, last night, Ruiz and Hernandez got the job done, right? They came in last night, the game's 7-2, and they didn't make it scary. They did the job. So for one night, those guys performed. But you have not given me any indication that I can trust you. I got to go get some more guys here. So they shifted Seth Johnson to the bullpen, a right-handed pitcher who's a younger guy with some arm talent, and now they add a 30-year-old bullpen arm who's been a career minor leaguer, but a very good career minor leaguer. I don't know why he hasn't been able to get into the Texas bullpen for whatever reason. I mean, his numbers in AAA have been very good.
So I just want to bring up a thought while we have Ranger Suarez on the top of our minds here, MG, because Ranger is a stud to me, and I'll pose it as I'll form it as this: can Ranger Suarez be the difference for the Phillies? And I know we have bullpen questions, and I know you may sigh at that comment and statement, but my point is we're also quick to dispute or throw away what Ranger Suarez has done for this Phillies team. Right? This is a guy, you just said he's the 5th starter for the Phillies. And I'm not necessarily disputing you on that statement. This is a guy that went 9-1 last year with a 1.36 ERA in his first 10 starts. This is a guy that was named to an all-star team last year before those back issues started to flare up. This is a guy that was brilliant 2 years ago in 2023. This is a guy that pitched excellent in the postseason. Yes, in the come out of the bullpen in the NLCS in the biggest game in Citizens Bank Park history, arguably, to close out that series to get you to the World Series. He says, okay, no problem, guys. I'll do that for you, and does it brilliantly. I mean, this guy, we're so quick to throw his name out there for trades. We're so quick to dismiss him when it comes to this team's future. And I think that is sigh-worthy. I think this guy, on Sunday, he returns, and if he can stay healthy, this guy can be the difference for the Philadelphia Phillies.
The Phillies are answering the question for you, though. They have not reached out to him to extend him. They did reach out to Christopher Sanchez and gave him an extension. Then they traded for Jesus Luzardo. So they went out and got Luzardo. They extended Sanchez, and here he is, a free agent. Now, your point is valid about his postseason. 3-3 with a 1.43 ERA. He has been excellent in the postseason. So why haven't the Phillies valued him enough to go after him and sign him to this point? That's the question that I have.
I don't know about it. It's a good question, and it's fair to, start to try and figure out, okay, what does his future look like? It may not look like there's a future at all with him here in Philly, but forget about the future. I'm talking about this season, right? While the window is still slightly open for this version of the Philadelphia Phillies, Ranger's still here, and let's keep him here until he's no longer signed here, right? Don't trade him. Let's see what he does on Sunday and moving forward.
Here's the problem.
Yeah.
Here's the problem, okay? Everything you're saying has merit. The Phillies don't have a starting pitching problem, all right?
No.
They lack offense. How can they add offense? As Dave Gallagher said last week, you're probably going to have to trade someone that you're not all that thrilled about trading.
Sure.
You have a guy who's a free agent. That's the guy generally that gets traded, is the guy that we have not made the commitment to. So that's why his name is the one that comes up. I don't think it's necessarily performance-based, but we've talked about where does he fit. Now, he was asked today, do you want to go to the bullpen? He says, well, I want to be in the rotation, but I'll go to the bullpen if I have to help the team win. Okay, fine. So when Andrew Painter is ready to pitch, Andrew Painter is not going to the bullpen. He's going to the rotation. So that means Ranger Suarez is essentially a bullpen piece for you. You have two reliable arms, Strom and Alvarado. They're both left-handed. You need a right-handed arm in that bullpen. You need a right-handed bat in this lineup. He could probably provide one of those things for you.
All well said and all good points. I can't dispute. I mean, I agree with it. But for me, I think Ranger Suarez can be the difference, right? And if it's not him, literally, it's, okay, we now have another arm. And now we have, if we don't move him to the bullpen, which I'm fine with moving him to the bullpen. I know he's another lefty. But guess what? If you have a dominant lefty in the bullpen that you can trust and rely on, which I don't even know if you can say that much about Alvarado right now. Like, you can, but all of us Phillies fans are even shaky, I think, with Alvarado right now. Like,
that's fair.
So it's like, if we can get Ranger Suarez there, and it's like, this guy's a stud. We believe in him now. We believe in him in the biggest moments possible, hopefully in October and early November. Right? Like, that's a big deal. That can be the difference for this team winning a title this year.
Yes and no. I mean, if you're telling me Ranger Suarez is pitching and he's the closer or he's the eighth inning guy and that's what he is, look, I look at him is, could he be what Zach Eflin was for you a couple of years ago, where he is strictly in the bullpen and that's what his role is? In that he only pitched two relief. We act like he pitched every other night in the playoffs in the bullpen. I'm looking back at that run and thinking, man, he only pitched out of the bullpen twice in all of his time in the playoffs for the Phillies. Now, one of them happened to be that game against the Padres where he got the save that was very memorable. But overall, what's his bounce back like? Can he pitch back-to-back nights? Can he throw one inning in Game 6 and come back and throw another 2 innings if you need him in Game 7? We don't know. He has not had that type of workload in his career. And, that's a question we ask all the time as a coach. Hey, what's your bounce back like? In other words, can you pitch today and then again tomorrow and be as effective today as you were yesterday? We don't know that he could do that as a full-time bullpen guy.
No, you're right. You're right. I don't know his bounce back, and maybe because of those points, maybe it doesn't make sense for him. But I look at him maybe almost a little bit with blinders on because I'm just such a fan of Ranger that he's a guy that can do that. Just for whatever reason, from a distance as fans and just as media members, like, you can point out sometimes guys that are warriors and guys that aren't. And I'm not trying to knock anyone that doesn't have the bounce back, but he has it.
You are right. He has been a winning pitcher for you in big moments. However, do you have I would say embarrassment of riches, but he's not going to start. I would imagine right now, if you were starting a playoff series tomorrow and he was healthy, Wheeler would pitch Game 1, Luzardo would pitch Game 2, Sanchez would pitch Game 3, and Nola would likely pitch Game 4. Right?
Yeah, you cut out or part of that. I'm sorry I missed it.
If you were starting a playoff series tomorrow, Wheeler would pitch Game 1, Luzardo would probably pitch Game 2, Sanchez would probably pitch Game 3, Nola would probably pitch Game 4. That means You have 4 starting pitchers plus Painter on the way. So that's a 5th.
What if you have the 9-1 Ranger from last year before he got hurt? The 9-1 All-Star Ranger Suarez with a 1.36 ERA. Is that still the rotation?
It's a good question. I mean, who's getting
we
bumped?
Get that guy on Sunday. What if that guy is now on the Phillies and he stays healthy? He's our 5th guy? I don't.
Well, who's getting bumped to the guys I just gave you?
I don't know.
Exactly. So
no, but it's one of them maybe should be bumped though, right?
And of that group of guys, now Christopher Sanchez did throw out of the bullpen when he first came up. He wasn't very successful, but I guess he would be the other. You're not going to put Aaron Nola in the bullpen. Do you think they're going to? Now we might say that's the guy to do it. You think they're going to put Aaron Nola in the bullpen? You're saying why? I'm asking, do you logically think they will? Now we might say performance-wise, he's the worst guy. He goes to the bullpen. He's never pitched a game in his bullpen in his career.
You know, you just said a couple minutes ago that the Phillies, if they're looking to make a significant upgrade via trade, they're going to most likely have to move someone that you're not feeling great about moving, you know, even from a fan perspective. Well, the same goes for this conversation, right? The Phillies have a tough decision on their hands coming up down the road, whether it's via trade or whether it's this conversation that you and I are discussing. You're saying, logically, are the Phillies going to move Nola? No, you're right. I don't know. I can't sit here and say yes to that question. You know, I can't. But they have a tough decision coming up potentially. A good problem, a good tough decision, but they're going to have to make a tough decision, a head-scratching one, don't you think?
Absolutely. They have to make a decision on, is Ranger Suarez so valuable to us that, number one, we can't trade him? Is he so valuable to us that he's a starting pitcher and someone else has to go to the bullpen? Between Wheeler, that's not happening. No. Luzardo, that's not happening. I don't see them moving Christopher Sanchez to the bullpen. I don't see them moving Aaron Nola to the bullpen. So you only need 4 starters. That, to me, puts Suarez as the square peg in the round hole. I brought up the same topic the other day. What if Andrew Painter comes up and he's 9-1 with a 193 ERA? What do you do with him?
Well, yeah, we sort of talked that out yesterday a little bit with he's probably not going to be involved in the playoffs due to his pitch count and when he comes up, right, and given his recent Tommy John. But, yeah, it's another cog in this wheel. It's another wrinkle to this. But
they already have, and the decision, Rob Thompson talked about this about an hour ago. They're going to bring Suarez up to pitch on Sunday. They have to make a decision of who gets demoted to the minors. Now, people would say, well, that's an easy decision. You know, one of the bullpen guys. Okay, so Jose Ruiz or Carlos Hernandez, they're going to get sent to the minors. And then when Marsh comes up, you know, they got to send another guy to the minors. So now that stabilizes your roster for at least, I guess, May, June, until Painter's ready. And that's when you have another decision to make.
As we're talking this out, I think it's logical. It's a tough decision. Nola makes sense. And this is under the assumption, let me put an asterisk. This is under the assumption we get a version of that all-star we saw in the first 10 starts last year for Ranger Suarez. You need a righty in the bullpen. Aaron Nola has been great throughout his good to great. I know it's a roller coaster ride. Fans don't love him at times, yada, yada, yada. If Nola's willing to make that significant adjustment for the betterment of this team to try to chase a World Series, I mean, we could look back on that. Nola can be the savior for this team. Nola can be the guy like Nick Foles type of lore of like, this guy ended up moving to the pen as our closer and help lead this team to a World Series. I mean, it sounds crazy, but it also sounds like something that they can do.
Well, I mean, listen, yeah, sure. But Aaron Nola's been in the league since 2015. He has 274 games. He has 274 starts.
Right.
So, I mean,
but if they have 5 all-stars that, 5 or 6 all-stars as their starters, something's got to give. And a weak bullpen, what do you do?
I think the Nola thing's going to be very intriguing because, he pitched great his last time out. He's 0-5 with a 5.40 ERA and a whip of 1.40. If he has those numbers at the end of the year, you're thinking, hey, man, you're not one of the 4 best starters on this team. Now, he has never pitched out of the bullpen in his entire career. I mean, we act like it's like, hey, just go to the bullpen. I mean, that sounds great for me and you having a conversation on Thursday afternoon here. There is no way the Phillies are having that conversation internally. 0%. Zero. You know, a couple years ago when they had Jake Arrieta here, and he stunk to the high heavens, but he still was like, can I get an inning out of you? Like, okay, you're pitching 5 innings and you're getting rocked, but can you pitch 1 inning out of? And I was like, why not try him as like a back end of the bullpen guy? And absolutely they would refuse to. And that's like these guys who are veteran starters, they're not just moving to the bullpen. It's just not happening. As much as we think, well, it might make sense, they don't look at it that way.
I mean, they don't look at it that way because that's how they've been their whole career, right? I mean, that's what you're saying. And I understand they have a routine and they have a comfort level, and that's NOLA. I get it, but
it's a lot of guys, though. Like, again, it goes back to what's your bounce back? I don't know. I've never done it before. Well, can you throw – here's a guy who's used to going out there, throwing his 7 innings every single night. Now you're saying, hey, I need you to come in and throw 1 inning today, and then I need you to throw 1 inning again tomorrow. Can you be as good today as you were yesterday? And the guy's like, I don't know. I've never done it before. I've pitched in the league for 10 years. I've never had to do that. It's different if you're saying, hey, we're in the World Series. Can you come in and save 1 game? Yeah. Okay, you're not asking him to pitch in the 7th inning today and then come back tomorrow and pitch in the 8th inning. That's a whole different routine. And some guys' arms, they don't bounce back the same way. You know, if I throw 20 pitches, there's some soreness in my arm, and I'm not the same guy. Now, another guy might throw 20 pitches, and he's fine with that. Some of these bullpen guys, they can pitch 2-3 days in a row, but not all of them. There's a reason why, hey, this guy threw 30 pitches yesterday. Well, he's not available tomorrow. Well, why? Well, he threw 30 pitches yesterday. That's just each guy's different. And for a guy who's never done it before, it's hard to just say, well, Nola's going to be the guy that goes to the bullpen. I don't see that as an option at all.
I think listen, I hear you, and I know it's a out of the box sort of crazy type of thing to throw out there, but I'm also looking at this saying they need to do something radical, and a tough decision is going to have to be made, and I think all conversations should be had if you're the Phillies behind closed doors.
Well,
all of them should be had.
They asked Suarez today, would you go to the bullpen? He said, yes, if I had to. He's the one guy who has experience doing it. But his performance might say, why am I the guy going to the bullpen? What? But here's the thing. Yes, now you have this situation. If you have Suarez in the rotation, now you have 3 lefties.
Yeah.
So that's probably something they want to avoid as well. Because if you throw 3 lefties, that means most teams who have good left-handed hitters, they get a chance to face righties and not have to face a left-handed pitcher throughout that series.
So what do you do? What would you – it's like, okay, so they have 3 all-star lefty pitchers. It's like we talk about it like it's a problem, like it's a death sentence. It's like things could be worse, couldn't they? Like –
it's a good problem to have, but it also makes for a tough decision. That's all. I mean, tough decisions are come from where there are people that make you have a hard choice because they're 2 guys who are good, and I have to pick one over the other. The Phillies have a situation where they have 5 guys, possibly 6 guys that are good.
What would you do if the playoffs started next week and we have a good to great Ranger Suarez? Based off everything we've discussed right now, before we move on, because I think this is a really good combo, like what would you do, Mike Gill?
Let me think about it. I'll tell you on the other side. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Let me think about what would I do? Stick around. I'll tell you on the other side what I think I would do in this spot, because I don't think it's as simple as it all sounds here sometimes. No, it doesn't even sound simple. It sounds like a very tough math problem at this point, and I'm not good at math. All right, stick around. More Sports Bash coming up. We got another segment. What would you guys do? Do you think it's as simple as Nola goes to the bullpen? I see 0% chance of that happening. Is it as simple as just put Ranger in the bullpen? We'll debate it. We'll talk about it. It's coming up next. Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN.
when Ranger comes back in terms of who goes out with. Banks and Hernandez both pitched really well last night.
Yeah, those guys that pitched last night have been sent, man. We've been grinding on those other guys quite a bit. Those guys came up big, but those are always tough decisions. We'll figure it out.
That's Rob Thompson said, yeah, we'll figure it out. Those are always tough decisions. We'll figure it out. Well, I'll give you the answers here, Rob Thompson. This is what you need to do. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. All right, propose the question one more time for the listeners who just joined us. We were having a discussion beforehand. You asked me a question. I told you I'd give you the answer. Let me think about it. I've thought about it. What's the question?
So news of Ranger Suarez making his return starting on Sunday. And we said, man, what if we get the 9-1, 1.36 ERA all-star version of Ranger Suarez that we had last year, and he stays healthy? Now, all of a sudden, Phillies have an abundance of riches in their starting rotation. Who are we moving potentially from the rotation to the bullpen? How would we handle that situation? How would Mike Gill handle that situation, especially come playoff time?
Well, my number one thing is I'm picking up the phone, and I am calling all over the place. Does Ranger Suarez have any value that helps me improve my club right now offensively? That's number one. Okay. If not, if I don't like any deals that I'm hearing there, Suarez goes to the bullpen, and he basically solidifies that bullpen spot for me because I don't want to have to give up more assets to try to fix my bullpen if I have one right here. The bigger question, I think, becomes then at that point, what do you do with Andrew Painter? Same situation. 9-1, 2 ERA, just comes up gangbustering in at the major league level, and he's the fifth starter because he's not going to the bullpen either. Now you have another conundrum. But my answer would be I'm calling around and seeing what value Suarez has to see if he can get me a right-handed bat. If I don't like what I'm getting, he goes to the bullpen, and he is strictly a back end of the bullpen kind of guy for me.
All right, so you sort of insinuated, but I'll pose this question anyway. What would you be looking for? You're saying you're shopping Ranger. Ideally, assuming Ranger's good in this hypothetical, what's the minimum? What's something that, okay, if we're trading an all-star caliber Ranger Suarez in a couple of months, what are we getting in return? Just ballpark version.
I'm looking for a right-handed bat. I'm looking for somebody that could be a middle-of-the-order type of bat for my team that potentially – now, this is what makes it interesting. You want a right-handed bat to hit in the middle of the lineup. Is that guy now hitting fourth with Schwarber moving to fifth? Or do you keep Harper and Schwarber back-to-back, two lefties, and find a right-handed bat to hit behind Schwarber and now move Castellanos down to sixth? So somebody that's hitting either fourth or fifth in the lineup that can push everybody else down one spot. And obviously the question is then, where does this guy play? He's an outfielder, you would think. But what about Max Kepler? Does Kepler all of a sudden become not an everyday player? Is he just a bench player? Well, Kepler's been, he's actually been hitting pretty well recently here. So that adds another layer to this. So you just bringing in a right-handed bat, and now Kepler becomes kind of your fourth outfielder. He can play left, he can play right. The problem with that is Castellanos never takes a day off. So it's not like he's getting any time playing right field. If you bring in a trade piece,
who cares about Mike? Who cares about Max Kepler? I hear you. He's been playing better. Okay. But ideally, that's where you want Max Kepler, right? I mean, do we want Max Kepler every day? We want a good version of Max Kepler as a guy that we have in our back pocket, don't we?
Your point is fair. There's no question about it. I think you're right. Do we really care about Max Kepler? I mean, if he's hitting 270 with 20 home runs at the end of the year, okay, he had a nice year. Yeah. I think what it comes back to now is that right-handed player, and Dave Gallagher brought this up earlier. He said he thinks Bohm needs a change of scenery. Is Bohm the guy that they need to say, we're getting the right-handed bat, and he's a third baseman, and Bohm is the guy we tried? So is it a Suarez-Bohm type of package maybe, or is it just a Bohm flip with a younger player, Bohm and That guy, Mick Abel.
Yeah.
You're not going to trade one of your top 3 prospects, I would imagine. But Bowman, Abel, Bowman, somebody, to get you. Could that get you a Nolan Arenado, and he plays third base? There's not a lot of right. I mean, Lewis Robert Jr. I mean, he's been terrible this year. So I don't know. Do you feel comfortable enough? Do you swap Bohm for Lewis Robert Jr. with the White Sox? I don't think they do that deal.
I maybe Alec Boehm, and maybe Gallagher's right. Maybe Boehm does need a change of scenery. But man, I just feel like Boehm has not gotten a fair shake of things here.
What?
Boehm hasn't gotten a fair shake here. I believe that he's treated one way, and we expect all-star level production, but like he's always moved. He's the guy we always move down in the line. He's the guy that's always. I'm like, let's leave him. I'm not saying this is the right thing to do, but if I'm Alec Boehm, this is how I'm feeling selfishly and personally from his perspective. Okay, put me in second and leave me there. See what I can do for foot. Like we saw what he can do when Harper went out last year. He was awesome. He was an all-star caliber player, right? Like I think Boehm, if he ends up going somewhere else, he's going to have like an all-star level career for 3, 4, 5 years. Like, and it'd probably be on a bad team, but I think he is not fully utilized here for whatever reason.
Oh, I get accused of being the biggest Bohm fan out there. I mean, look, they hit him in the 4-hole, and he did a nice job in the regular season. And in the playoffs last year, he was not very good. The year before, he hit in the 4-hole in the playoffs. He wasn't very good in the playoffs.
No one was very good, though, right? I mean, like, maybe I'm letting him off the hook with that. But
I like
a
Bohm.
lot of guys were bad.
Listen, I like Bohm, but he's been a disappointment. I mean, he's a good hitter. He hits 280, not enough power, drives in a lot of runs. This year he's been miserable. They started him in the 4-hole. He was on. You couldn't keep him there. He was terrible. So now they moved him back. But for the most part, last year, I mean, he was kind of hitting in the middle of that lineup, I mean, pretty steadily, and had a really good year. Look, he had 97 RBIs last year. He had 97 RBIs the year before. So he was one of the steadiest guys you've had over the last 2 years.
Right. Yeah. And maybe we just stumbled upon that's the potential key move that's pending for this Phillies team it's a right-handed bat, but you try and upgrade.
There's no secret that Bohm was available in the offseason, and they could not. Apparently, they were asking for too much. Well, maybe now seeing him struggle a little bit, their ask has gone down, and they're hoping that there's a team that says, hey, he just needs to change the scenery, and, we don't have to give up as much as you were asking for at the deadline last year, or, in the offseason.
Yeah. Yeah, but then it's almost, if you're the Phillies, like you just illustrated a minute ago, it's like, okay, the return isn't going to be as high, but then at that point, is it even worth it?
Well, right. I mean, as Dave Gallagher pointed out, it would be maybe just a change of scenery type of deal where it's like, hey,
you're just helping him out.
Yeah, you just need a change of scenery.
Yeah. Yeah. It just doesn't seem like the Phillies are in that type of position. Like, we're chasing titles, man. Like, we're chasing a title. Are we just really going to make a trade to help this guy out? I don't know. Maybe.
Well, listen, they need a right-handed bat, and his bat has produced 0 home runs. Zippo. And again, I like Bohm, but I disagree. I think he's gotten a fair shake. I think he's been good. They need better than what he is. They need a impactful bat. He's just a good bat. I've said before, he shouldn't be hitting in the middle of a lineup. He's better suited for hitting 6, 7 down that way. This team, sadly, he was the only guy producing in that middle of the lineup. You couldn't hit Castellanos there. He couldn't hit that out of a wet paper bag when he hit in the 4-hole. So Bohm was the one guy that produced in that 4-hole. But this year, when they started him off there, he did not get the job done.
So I want your thoughts here. We'll change this. That was a great conversation. We could probably keep that going for another hour. But Kyle Schwarber, odds to an NL MVP right now, Mike Gill, 40-1.
Yeah, that was a hot one earlier, in the first couple of weeks when he was hitting all the home runs. He was hitting over 350. You could have jumped on it then. It was like 2,500.
It's 40. It's 40-1 right now. 60-1 some books.
Yeah, I'm saying, but back a couple of weeks ago, you could have got him at 250-1, and that's where, but now I think it's just a bad long shot. Before at 250 at 25 plus 2,500, that's when you get in on someone like that.
You mean 2 plus 250? it's not 2,500. It's 25,000.
Yeah.
But I listen. He's 9 home runs. The MLB league leader has 10. NL league leader has 10. He's one off from leading the entire Major League Baseball in homers. He's up there for walks. I mean, this is a guy he's in contention, man. I mean, he could end up with 40 homers. He could end up with.
Yeah, but he has been a home run guy the last couple of years. He's been in the top of the home run list. His problem is his batting average is going to be kind of middle of the pack if he's lucky. Generally, he's 230. A couple of years ago, he was 198. So his batting average, when you're putting up against, some of the other guys, I think is what will separate him,
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, the National League doesn't have – I mean, you're looking at right now, you got a guy like Pete Alonso hitting 340. Is that going to keep happening? Doubtful. Fernando Tatis is hitting 345. Well, I don't know. Is he going to hit 345 the whole season? Probably not. So the guys who are in the top 10 batting average-wise, they might fly back to the pack, but I don't know where Kyle Schwarber's – what's the high water mark for him batting average-wise? He's probably about 250.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that average needs to get up. I think it's a fair point. I think 40-1 is still a fun bet to make. You sprinkle a little bit, you just hope for it. Maybe a better bet, and I don't know these odds, but I know they have some fun like novelty props where in the futures market who wins home run, like home run leader for Major League Baseball, home run leader for NL, right? That's probably more the lane.
Like right now, Schwarber's 245. I mean, that's probably pretty good for him. Right, for him.
Yeah.
But if he's at 245 at the end of the year and hits a bunch of home runs, maybe, but we'll see. I don't think his batting average will put him in that conversation.
Does he have 36 straight games on base, too? I think I saw.
He does have that. Yep, he does have that on-base streak, which is going. Hey, look, I said I guess I'm looking at it more as the really good value was early in the season when he was
sure.
Yeah, that's when I was telling people they should have jumped in on it. Now, yeah, if you want to sprinkle a bunch, but you missed the best opportunity.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right, I don't even think we have time. Do we have time to get into something else? The Phillies combo.
We got a chance for one more topic. Let's hit
All right, let's do one more. We had a lot, but some Sixers. You want to get weird with a little mock quick Sixers thought or two?
Sure, let's hear it.
All right, so I'm looking at the Sixers, and it all depends on what pick they end up getting. Of course, that's going to dictate what they end up doing. But for me, I would love to see the 76ers add a big out of this draft. There's a couple of really good options, and you're seeing in the NBA the return of the 2 big starting lineup. You look at a lot of the best teams right now in the NBA playoffs, OKC, Hartenstein, and Chet Holmgren. Even Memphis, who just got smoked. But, they have Edie and Jaren Jackson, 2 young guys in their starting lineups, bigs. Minnesota, Naz Reid and Gobert. And the 76ers to get a guy like, let's just say, Ace Bailey, who's a high prospect with a ton of upside and potential. You throw him in the starting lineup now next to a Joel Embiid. I mean, this team's really cooking with something. Your thoughts on that? Or would you like to see the Sixers trade a pick for a current player?
Well, one of the things, I was walking at a mock draft today, and in the Sixers drafting 6, it had them taking Knipple from Duke, which is kind of more of a shooter, wing guy. The other option that they threw in there was to get a backup big for Joel Embiid. Are you going to take a backup big?
You're going to start him
in the lottery, though. I mean,
yeah,
you're going to start him. You're saying
you're going to start him next to Joel Embiid. That's my plan. If you're the 76ers, you have a young Ace Bailey next to Joel Embiid. You have Maxey. You have McCain.
I like Queen.
Yeah, Queen's good. I'll take Queen. I'll take Queen or Bailey. Queen is a guy that you know a little bit more about. Ace Bailey is a little bit more of an unknown in an exciting way. But look at Cleveland. Look at OKC. Look at Minnesota. All those elite teams have 2 bigs in their starting lineup. So the Sixers need an athletic big, I think, to pair next to Joel.
Don't hate it. It would be interesting to see if they got the 5th or 6th pick, which is their best chances. Do they decide, you know what, 5th and 6th pick doesn't help us out enough. Let's try to move that pick and see if we can get, because it profiles to what they have is, hey, we got Maxey, we got Embiid, we got George. Do they want to get a younger player who's already established?
A younger player who is established, you're saying?
Who's already established, yes. Somebody who's on the bad team that, has kind of
Yeah.
like that team's ready to kind of change over and do, like he doesn't fit the profile of what the Sixers need, but like a Trae Young, like, a guy who's still young, but is possibly look like that age of player. I'm not saying Trae Young wouldn't be the right fit. I'm trying to think of a guy who was in that mold where he's still in his early to mid 20s, but he's already established as a player.
Yeah,
but on a team that's really going nowhere.
Right. No, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what player is out there that would fit that mold. I hear you. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what the Sixers decide. And it's like, listen, it's going to be a fun offseason for the NBA with the Giannis and KD talks. It's like, are we having the wrong conversation? Should Daryl Morey just be going all in on trying to get Giannis? That's another topic that's fair to bring up.
What about Lauri Markkanen?
Dude, his name has been brought up for 10 years for the 70. My goodness. I feel like he's already been a 76er. I don't know. If you can get Lauri Markkanen, sure. He's a guy.
Yeah, they're in clear tankeroni mode. They're the worst, they're one of the worst teams in the league. The next year's draft is loaded. I would imagine that they would be willing to, if you gave them, hey, we'll give you the 6th pick in the draft right now.
Oh, I wouldn't do that. No way. I'm not giving up our lottery pick for Markkanen. No.
Okay.
He's not that guy.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm just saying he's a big. I mean, he's a guy who's got some size. He's not a rim protecting big, but he's a stretch.
He's a stretch. He can shoot. He can do a lot of things. He's a very good ball player. I would love to have him. I'm not giving up our lottery pick for that guy because that's not a. I'm not bringing in Markkanen and saying, all right, the Sixers team's winning a title, and you have an opportunity right now to possibly make that type of a leap.
All right. Well, ESPN.com did a trade candidate for each team, right? So one guy that each team would be interested in trading for. You have that trade asset there. So they're basically saying there are 2 scenarios that pertains for the Sixers. The first is that they retain the pick and they get it, and then they try to move that pick to get the established type of player. So that is one of the things I think is going to be big in the offseason here is to, hey, do we need a player that's a little bit more established than this young player? That's something that we'll have to keep an eye on. But fun conversation. By the way, the ping pong balls bounce in 11 days from now. All right, man. We'll do it again tomorrow.
Thanks, man.
All right, that's today's Rye or Sigh here on the Sports Bass live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube. At Mike Gill Show, subscribe to the YouTube, and, of course, hit the repost button on the X platform. You can watch the show there. You can listen on the free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. And when we come back, we'll give you a winner for tonight. It's the Bet365 Play of the Day coming up next.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, 5:54, ready to get out of here. Thursday night. Time for the Bet365 play of the day. I gave you one last night. I know I came up one strikeout or two strikeouts short. Chase had a rough night last night. He was a little amped up. Gave up 9 runs in like 2 1/3 inning last night, I think. But he was pretty – I watched his post-game last night. I thought he was very poised with, hey, I'm just happy it's over with, and didn't go my way.
Yeah, it was a rough outing for him. And honestly, if he pitches a couple of those hitters just a little bit differently, you probably would have gotten those 5 Ks you needed, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm sure if he looks back at it, he said, look, I got to do better in terms of my command. I mean, he put a fastball out over the middle of the plate to a big league hitter. He said, the guy hit me, went over the fence on me. You know, that's something I got to work on. But Chase Petty last night did get his big league debut. That was my Bet365 play of the day. But he had 3 strikeouts in 2 1/3, so he was on pace, a big strikeout arm. Yep. So I thought if he could have got me 2 more innings, he probably would have won that money for you people out there. But we'll try again tonight. I'm going to go – I think I'm going with the Knicks tonight. I don't want to because I picked the Pistons to win this series, but the trends are saying take the Knicks tonight.
Okay.
I think the spread in that game, the last I saw, was 1.5 on that game. Kind of like the Knicks tonight. And I like the under. Knicks in the under. I think it's an old school Knicks Pistons kind of 90-ish little fist fight.
So a Tom Thibodeau game.
There you go. Little bad boy Pistons against a Tom Thibodeau Knicks team, Knicks of the 90s. It'll be Charles Oakley, Anthony Mason, John Starks.
Tobias Harris would not survive those games.
Nah. Well, see how it goes. Take the Knicks and the under tonight. That's all I got for you for the Bet365 play of the day. That's all for the Sports Bash. I'm back tomorrow on a happy hour Friday. We'll have AEW tickets tomorrow. Have a great night.